us head start the program by inviting the dignitaries on the stage. I would like to invite our principal, Professor P. Balabhaskar sir, onto the stage. But due to some of the urgent meetings, he is not available. So let's continue. It's our honor to invite our Vice Principal, Viplada Chukla, sir, of Government City College onto the stage. Please occupy the honorable seat. Welcome, sir. I request Dr. Narmada Madam to present the fruit pack. Now it's a great privilege to invite Chief Guest Professor G.B. Reddy sir, Director of Professor G. Ram Reddy Center for Distance Education onto the stage. Please occupy the honorable seat. Welcome sir. I request convener Dr. Sridevi Madam to present the fruit basket. I request Anusha Madam to give a brief intro of sir.
Professor G.B. Reddy, Professor of Law, Usmania University, is a lawyer turned academician. He holds a master's degree in constitutional law and PhD on judicial activism of Supreme Court. He was the first UGC JRF in law from Usmania University. He has special interest in intellectual properties, published and spoke extensively on the subject with a combined teaching and research experience of more than 25 years. He authored 24 well-received books in law, 73 papers in law, about 25 edited page articles on social-legal issues, and successfully guided 14 PhD scholars in law. He contributes to Indian Law Institute's annually survey of law on environmental law. He also offered 4 SWAYAM courses on law where 10,000 above students enrolled. He has been on academic bodies of many prestigious universities. He delivered more than 1,000 invited lectures all over India. On administrative side, worked as a vice principal and principal of University's College of Law, head department of law, chairman of BOS in law, dean faculty of Usmania University, as well as the Telangana University, joint director and director of OU From, and first director of OU Legal Cell. He is currently the director of Professor G. Ram Reddy Center for Distance Education, Usmania University. He is also the university's intellectual property rights chair professor since 2021. I'm glad to invite today's guest of honor, Professor Kaiser Jamil ma'am, onto the stage. Please occupy the honorable seat, ma'am. I request Dr. Chitranjan sir to present a fruit pack to ma'am, and I request Narmada ma'am to introduce madam.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. On behalf of WEC, Government City College, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce our guest of honor of today's program, Dr. Kaiser Jamil ma'am. She is the president of Indian National Chapter of the Organization of Women in Science for Developing World. She, by profession, she is a distinguished scientist and former director, great scientist of CSIR IICT, and she has been graduated from Usmania University and done her PhD from IICT, and she is emeritus scientist of CSIR at Mahavir Hospital Research Center, and she has guided about 47 research scholars for PhD from JNTU, Usmania University, Mysore University, NTR University, etc. And she has published almost 350 research papers. And she has also worked at University of Paris, France, as a visiting scientist. She has traveled widely for conferences as a keynote speaker to various countries. Coming to her awards and honors, she has received World Academy of Medical Sciences on her work at uh, Barcelona, Spain. She has conferred as Senior Executive Vice President and Fellow of World Academy of Medical Sciences in 2018. And she received Lifetime Achievement Award from the Governor of AP and Telangana State on the occasion of International Conference on Cancer Research in 2016. She received a Distinguished Scientist Award from Pentagram Research Center, and she is presently advisor at Union Public Service Commission, New Delhi, Government of India. She is life member of several academic and social organizations with a zeal of to serve the society. We feel highly honored, ma'am, to have you as our guest of honor for today's program. Thank you, ma'am.
I may now invite special guest Dr. P.P. Reddy onto the stage. Please occupy the honorable seat, sir. Welcome, sir. Now I would like to request Sudakshana madam to give a brief intro and Vedavati madam to present a fruit pack.
Good morning, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Good morning, everyone. And it is my pleasure to invite Professor P.P. Reddy as a guest to our college to attend this 3-day international seminar. And Sir P.P. Reddy sir has completed his graduation from Kerala University and joined as a department in genetics in Osmania University in 1971. As a research officer, and he served as a Osmania University in various capacities as a lecturer, professor, deputy director, and later as a director of the Institution of Genetics and Hospital for Genetic Diseases for 16 years. He also served as in-charge Dean Medicine and Dean Faculty of Social Sciences, Osmania University. For some time, he has in-charge Vice Chancellor for Osmania University. He also served as the Dean Faculty of Sciences and Technology, Mahatma Gandhi National Institution of Research, Social Action. So now he is the chairman of Ethics Committee for Biomedical Research of MAA, Ma Hospitals, Hyderabad, and Niriksha, an NGO, and also in Maternal Health and Research Trust, Hyderabad. He was awarded more than 20 research projects by funding agencies such as UGC, ICMR, DBT, and DST. He also served as the member of mainly high-level committees such as ICMR, UGC, DST, and DBT. He is the chairman of many national scientific societies, served as chairman of PhD committee to start PhD programs in Dr. NTR University of Health and Sciences and Nizam Institute of Medical Sciences. At present, he is serving as Research Director, Bhagwan Mahavir Medical Research Institution, BMMRC. His areas of interest are reproductive biology and maternal health, environmental toxicology, human genetics. He has more than 45 years of teaching and research experiences. He has guided 43 students for PhD degree. More than 200 students worked under his supervision for their MSc dissertation. Published more than 320 research papers in reputed journals, and it edited 18 books on genetics and medical retardation. So thank you, sir. So it is a great honor to us being a part in our seminar today. So we are very proud of you, sir. We are also product of Osmania University, and we welcome you, sir, cordially welcome you to attend this university. Thank you, sir.
With equal pleasure, I would like to invite the invited guest, Professor Vijaya Khadar Madam, to please occupy the honorable seat. I welcome Madam. I request Avadhanam Sujata Madam to present fruit pack, and also would like to request Krishnaveni Madam to give a brief intro.
Good morning, everybody. and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. And on behalf of WEC, it's my privilege to introduce our special guest, Professor Vijaya Kadir Madam. And Professor Vijaya Kadir Madam, former Dean Acharya NGRA University Hyderabad and former Principal Investigator Food Technology EPG Pathshala. Former Chairperson Task Force Committee on Biotechnology Based Programs for Women, Member Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, EC Member, Indian Women Scientists Association, and also technical expert for the online review of biotechnology, ignited grant proposals received from startups and entrepreneurs for early stage funding through Big BIRAC, and participated in nano sessions, tutor briefing workshops on the ENACT professional courses on nutrition education organized by FAO, technical expert for a national program on climate change and human health to strengthening of certain climate sensitive health areas like nutrition and food security in the country. And she has participated so many workshops, seminars, and she has handled so many entrepreneurs workshops and organizations. And thank you for Madam for inviting this special invitee for our WEC International Seminar. Thank you, Madam, and we are very honored to have a program. Thank you.
It's time to invite the convener of the 3-day international conference, Dr. Sridevi Madam. Please come on to the dais. Please occupy the honorable seat. I would like to request Vedavati Madam to please present the fruit pack.
Light symbolizes the victory over darkness and it defeats ignorance. It marks the beginning of auspicious moments and events. I request the dignitaries on the stage to honor lighting the lamp along with song. And now let us all join together for the same. Now let us all join together for the prayer song. prayer song is by Dr. S.P. Krishnaveni ma'am. I request all of you to standing position.
Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam Sufalam, Malayaj Sitalam, Sasya Shamalam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Subrajosnam Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Dhrumadala Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram.
Now, I would like to invite our respected Vice Principal, Viplav Shukla sir, for the presidential address.
Good morning, everybody. Invited guest, Professor Vijay Khadar Garu, guest of honor, Kaisar Jamil Madam, and special guest, P.P. Reddy Garu, and chief guest, G.B. Reddy Garu, and all the other dignitaries, and my dear friends. First topic చూడగానే నా ఫస్ట్ గర్ల్ ఫ్రెండ్ గుర్తొచ్చింది. నా ఫస్ట్ గర్ల్ ఫ్రెండ్ మా అమ్మ. టుడే ఐ ఆమ్ హియర్ ఓన్లీ డ్యూ టు హర్ బ్లెస్సింగ్స్. She was my teacher, she was my mentor, she was my guide. After death of 20 years, still I am with her only. Whenever I get a problem, I invite her. She will give the answer to my question and I can solve the problems. Mother, ఒక ఫిమేల్ రోల్ ఎంత ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనేది లైఫ్లో ఇంక్లూజివ్ సొసైటీ కెనాట్ ఎగ్జిస్ట్ వితౌట్ ఫిమేల్. 50% ఇదంతా ట్రాష్. అసలు ఇంటలెక్చువల్గా చూసినట్టంటే అగ్రికల్చర్ రాకముందు ఫిమేలే సొసైటీ రన్ చేసేది. అగ్రికల్చర్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత, మ్యాన్ పవర్ వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఆటోమేటికల్లీ మెన్ ఆర్ ఐ కెన్ సే యూజ్ చేయాలేదో వాడు తెలియదు కానీ హీఈస్ ద కల్ప్రిట్. ఇంటలెక్చువల్ ఉమెన్ను సప్రెస్ చేసేసి తన పెత్తనం రన్ చేసుకోవడం కోసం ఆడినటువంటి గేమే సొసైటీలో రన్ అవుతుందనేటువంటి నా ఒక భావన. అంటే ఆకాశంలో సగం, జీవితంలో సగం, అన్నిట్లో సగం ఎకనామిక్స్కి వచ్చేసరికి లేదా రిజర్వేషన్ సరికి 30%, 20% ఎందుకు ఇవ్వాలి క్వశ్చన్స్ అని వస్తున్నాయి. ఇప్పుడు టాపిక్స్ చూస్తే ఎంత బ్యూటిఫుల్ టాపిక్స్ ఉన్నాయంటే, ఒక చిన్న స్టోరీ నేను షార్ట్ మూవీ చూసినప్పుడు గుర్తొచ్చింది నాకు. ఒక తల్లి కొడుకు బిడ్డకు ఇద్దరికి పాలు ఇస్తుంది. కొడుకు ఫుల్ గ్లాస్ ఉంటుంది, పాపకు హాఫ్ గ్లాస్ ఉంటుంది. ఆ పిల్లలు తాగేటప్పుడు ఆ తమ్ముడు ఏం చేస్తాడు, అన్న ఏం చేస్తాడంటే చెల్లెకు మిగతా సగం పోసి రెండింటిని ఈక్వల్ చేస్తాడు. జెండర్ సెన్సిటైజేషన్ మీద అంతకంటే గొప్పగా చెప్పేటువంటి షార్ట్ ఫిల్మ్ నేను ఇంతవరకు చూడలేదు. దిస్ షుడ్ బి ఇన్కల్కేటెడ్ ఫ్రమ్ ద చైల్డ్హుడ్. గట్టిగా మాట్లాడొద్దు అమ్మాయి, అబ్బాయి మాట్లాడొచ్చు. సరిగా కూర్చో, ఎందుకు నిలబడ్డావు, ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళావు, ఈ క్వశ్చనింగ్ అంత ఏమవుతుందంటే దే ఆర్ ఇండైరెక్ట్లీ సప్రెసింగ్. ఈ సప్రెషన్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి ఎక్కడి వరకు ఉంటుంది, టిల్ డెత్ ఇట్ విల్ క్యారీ. ఎందుకు సప్రెస్ చేస్తున్నాం, నేను ఫస్ట్ చెప్పిన పాయింటే మళ్ళీ. ఎందుకంటే ఫిమేల్ బార్న్ ఇంటలెక్చువల్ మెన్ కంటే పవర్ఫుల్ కాబట్టి ఆ పవర్ తగ్గించడానికే యూజ్ చేసేటువంటి సొసైటల్ గ్రేమే ఇది అనిపిస్తుంది. సెకండ్ టాపిక్ తీసుకున్నటువంటిది హెల్త్ అండ్ న్యూట్రిషన్ తీసుకున్నాం మన సెషన్స్లో. బట్ ఉమెన్ కిచెన్ ఈజ్ అ కెమిస్ట్రీ, ఐ బిలీవ్ కెమిస్ట్రీ ల్యాబ్, అండ్ ఆల్ ద Ayurvedic products, they are available in kitchen, and mother is the first doctor and the best doctor which is available in the family. ఎవరికి ఏ ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చినా అజీర్తి అన్నా కడుపులో నొప్పి లేవున్నా తలనొస్తుందన్నా కానీ అమ్మ వంటింట్లోంచి ఒక అల్లం తీసిస్తుంది, మిరియాలు ఇస్తుంది, ఏదో చేస్తుంది. షీ ఈజ్ ద ఫస్ట్ డాక్టర్. మదర్ విల్ ట్రైన్ టు డాటర్ అండ్ మేల్ ఇన్స్టింక్ట్. నేను నా మదర్తో అసోసియేట్ అయి ఉన్నాను కాబట్టి పొద్దున 4 గంటలకు లేచి అమ్మ క్యాన్సర్ ప్రాబ్లం ఉన్నప్పుడు ఏమీ చేయలేకపోతే నాతో చేయించేది. కల్లావి చల్లురా, ముగ్గు వేయిరా, వంట చేయరా, దీని తర్వాత ఇది కలుపురా, దీంతో ఇది వస్తుందిరా నేర్పించడం వల్ల ఐఎమ్ సెల్ఫ్ సఫిషియెంట్ నౌ. ఐ కెన్ బిలీవ్ అండ్ దట్ ఈస్ ద గ్రేట్నెస్ వేర్ ఉమెన్ కెన్ ట్రైన్ మెన్ ఈక్వల్లీ టు గివ్ రెస్పెక్ట్. ఎక్కడ నాకు ఒక లేడీ కనపడ్డా కానీ ఫస్ట్ ఐ కెన్ సీ మై మదర్. ఒకవేళ ఈ పొజిషన్లో నా మదర్ ఉంటే ఎట్లా సఫర్ అవుతుంటుంది, ఏం చేస్తుంటుంది, దెన్ ఐ విల్ థింక్ రెస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ద థింగ్స్. ఆ ఐడియాలజీ కనుక ఇన్కల్కేట్ చేసినట్టయితే మనకు సొసైటల్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉండవు అని అంటారు. ఎకనామికల్ అండ్ పొలిటికల్ ఇష్యూ 3rd సెషన్ తీసుకున్నారు. ఎకనామిక్స్, ఉమెన్ లేకుండా ఎకనామిక్సే లేదు. 2/3 పీపుల్ దే ఆర్ వర్కింగ్ ఇన్ ద సొసైటీ. ఉమెన్ ఆర్ వర్కింగ్ అండ్ ప్రొడక్టివ్గా వచ్చేటువంటిది ఉమెనే. బట్ ఎకనామిక్స్కి వచ్చేసరికి హర్ లేబర్ నెవర్ ఇట్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ కౌంటెడ్ ఫర్ ద ఎకనామిక్స్. ఇంట్లో అమ్మ చేసే ప్రతి మామూలుగా ఒక చిన్న సర్వీస్ బయట ఇస్తేనే యూఎస్లోకి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు మీరు చూస్తుంటారు, ఒక సర్వీస్ ఇచ్చారంటే దానికి ఇమ్మీడియట్గా మనకు మనీ ఛార్జ్ చేస్తారు. అమ్మ పొద్దున్న లేసే నుంచి పడుకునే వరకు తను పడుకున్నా కానీ నా పిల్లవాడు తిన్నాడా లేడా ఉన్నాడా ఏమని ఆలోచిస్తుంటుంది. వీటన్నిటికీ వెలగడితే మనం సంపాదించిన సంపాదన అమ్మకి ఇచ్చేటువంటిది లేదా ఉమెన్కి ఇచ్చేటువంటి డబ్బు మనం ఇచ్చేది సరిపోదు అనేటువంటిది నా యొక్క భావన. అండ్ సైన్స్ అండ్ టెక్నాలజీ ఈజ్ ద లాస్ట్ సెషన్ విచ్ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు డీల్ ఇన్ ది 3 days ప్రోగ్రామ్. ఇంకా ఇస్రో ఈజ్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. ఇస్రో ఎందుకు, సిటీ కాలేజ్ ఈజ్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. అండ్ వీఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ ఆల్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ లాంగ్వేజ్ నుంచి మొదలైపోతే ఆల్ లాంగ్వేజెస్, సైన్స్, ప్రతి సబ్జెక్ట్లో ఉన్నటువంటి ఎమినెంట్ పీపుల్ సిటీ కాలేజ్లో ఉన్నారు. ఐఎమ్ ప్రౌడ్ టు సే సిటీ కాలేజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ గుల్దస్తా. చార్మినార్ కొట్టే ఓల్డ్ సిటీ లాంగ్వేజ్లో చెప్పాలంటే సబ్ ఫూలోं का गुलदस्ता मेरा सिटी कॉलेज है. I need not to go to search for the world. If women empowerment can be given in this college and in the home, automatically society will easily transform. And I think this seminar is going to inculcate this ideology among all, and the charity or whatever the service should be started at home in first. So prati mother, prati anna, chelle, prati female ko మనం ఇచ్చేటువంటి ఒకటంటే ఫస్ట్ మేల్ నేర్చుకోవాలి. ఫిమేల్ కంటే కూడా మేల్కి ఎక్కువ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ కావాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. అంటే నా చెల్లైతే నేనేం చేస్తాను, నా తల్లి అయితే నేను ఏం చేస్తాను అని ఆలోచించామనుకోండి, ఆటోమేటిక్గా 70 to 80% ఆఫ్ ద ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఆఫ్ ద సొసైటీ విల్ బి ఆటోమేటికల్లీ సాల్వ్. అండ్ ఐ హోప్ దిస్ సెమినార్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి సక్సెస్ఫుల్ అండ్ సమ్ ఆఫ్ ద ఫ్రూట్ఫుల్ outcomes will come from the program because so many intellectuals are here. అండ్ మేడం మాట్లాడుతూ చెప్పినారు, నేను తీసుకునే జీతానికి నేను పని చేస్తున్నానా లేదా ఆలోచించమన్నారు విజయ మేడం. అంటే ప్రతి ఎంప్లాయీ అంటే మేల్ కానీ ఫిమేల్ కానీ మనం పని చేయడం లేదు, ఆ పని చేయకపోవడం వల్లే సొసైటీలో ఉండేటువంటి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వస్తున్నాయి. అంటే ఫుడ్ మీద మేడం చేసినటువంటి ఎక్స్ట్రాడినరీ వర్క్. మేడంతో ఒక్క నిమిషం మాట్లాడినా కానీ మా అమ్మతో మాట్లాడినట్టు అనిపించింది, చాలా ఆనందం అనిపించింది. అండ్ రియల్లీ ఐ అప్రిషియేట్ మీరు అందరూ ఇంత గొప్ప వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చారు. అండ్ డెఫినెట్లీ వీఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు ఆల్ ద ఇన్సైట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ యూ విల్ బి డెఫినెట్లీ విల్ బి ప్రొజెక్ట్ టు ద సొసైటీ అండ్ హోప్ దిస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ విల్ బి successful. And I thank each and everybody for making this event come together and make it success. Thank you very much, sir.
I would like to invite the convener of the conference, Dr. Sridevi Madam, for the welcome address and opening remarks.
Respected Honorable Chief Guest of the today's program, Professor G.V. Reddy Garu, Director PGRR CDE, Usmania University, and respected Principal Professor P. Balabhaskar Garu, respected Vice Principal Viplava Shukla Garu, respected Guest of the Honor Professor Kaisar Jamil Garu, respected Special Guest P.P. Reddy Garu, and invited guest Vijaya Kadar Garu, Professor Vijaya Kadar Garu, and all the invited delegates and participants from different parts of the country, and all the members, press and media, and all my dear students, a very good morning to you all, and a hearty welcome to all for the 3 days international conference on role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society from 21st to 23rd March 2024 in collaboration with Women in Science for the Developing World, National Chapter, India. Firstly, I would like to thank Chairman, Telangana State Council for Higher Education, Professor R. Limbadri Garu, for sponsoring 1 lakh rupees for conducting this 3 days international conference. I think if the chairman did not sponsored the 1 lakh rupees, it may not be possible. So my wholehearted thanks to Limbadri sir for sponsoring the amount of rupees 1 lakh. And in connection with International Women's Day in the month of March, we have planned this program on role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society. It is a multidisciplinary aspect. And now coming to conference, about the conference on the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society convenes experts, leaders and advocates to spotlight women's contributions across diverse sectors through discussions on leadership, economic empowerment, education, healthcare, technology and cultural impact. The conference addresses crucial themes vital for societal progress. It emphasizes empowering women in decision-making roles, fostering economic independence, promoting access to education and healthcare, bridging the gender gap in STEM fields, and advocating for inclusive policies by recognizing women's achievements, fostering collaboration and advocating for gender equality. The conference serves as a catalyst for inspiring and inclusive societal growth, benefiting communities worldwide. And for this conference, we have received 85 papers and full papers, almost 22 full papers and 85 abstracts from different parts of the country and also from international research scholars send papers to our conference and they are going to present online. And in addition to that, we have 2 international speakers from Egypt and Rome. From Egypt, Professor Marvet Foda. Marvet Foda is the invited speaker for our nutrition and health session, technical session. And also another speaker from Rome is Professor Daniel Gustafsson, Deputy Director General of FAO, Rome. He is also going to present his paper online tomorrow in the technical session of health and nutrition. In addition to that, a number of invited eminent speakers from different parts of the country. Including keynote speaker is Dr. Anuradha, Senior Regional Director, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. She is the keynote speaker. She is present here. Thank you, madam, for your presence. And for technical session 1, gender issues related to family, social and cultural aspects, the speaker's keynote address by Dr. Belli Yadaya Garu, Associate Professor of Telugu from GDC Ramannapet. Sir is there. Thank you, sir, for your presence. And next inviter is Professor K. Lakshmi from Department of Political Science, Arts College, OU. Madam is also here. Thank you, madam, for your presence. And next invited talk by Chellapalli Swaruparani, Acharya, Nagarjuna University, AP. She will talk online. Next invited talk by Shubhasri, Scientist G. Head Center for Salt Gel Coatings, ARCA Hyderabad. She will present physically, offline only. Next invited speaker is Dr. Chitra Airavatam, Director for Airavatam Laboratory. And next technical session is Health and Nutrition. In that, Vijaya Khatar Madam, Professor Vijaya Khatar Madam is the keynote speaker. She is available here. And next invited talk by Dr. Daniel Gustafsson, former Deputy Director General of Food and Agriculture from Rome. And also Professor Marvet Foda from Dairy Science and Technology and President of OWSD National Chapter Egypt. Next invited talk by Karuna Ramesh Kumar, OWSD member, Mitra Multi-Speciality Hospital, Bangalore. She is available here. Thank you, madam, for your presence. Next talk by Sunita Bhagat, Department of Chemistry, ARSD College, University of Delhi. She is going to present her talk on online. And next technical session on economic and political aspects related to gender. Keynote address by Professor Surapalli Sujata, Telangana University, Nizamabad. She is going to present her talk on offline mode tomorrow. And next invited speaker is Dr. Atya Kaple, Chief Scientist, DRC, CSIR, NEERI, Nagpur, and Vice President, Asian Pacific Region, OWSD. Next invited talk by Dr. H.P. Rani, Department of Mathematics, NIT Warangal. She is going to present a talk offline. Next technical session is on Science and Technology and Environment. For this session, Professor Kaisar Jamil Madam will be a chair, and co-chair will be Sayyida Azimunisa, Assistant Professor of Environmental Science and Director, Minority Cell, Usmania University. For this session, keynote address by Professor K. Purushottam Reddy, environmentalist and academician and development activist of India. Next invited talk by Dr. Rukmini, Department of Astronomy, OU. And invited talk by Dr. Ravi Babu, environmentalist and assistant professor, JNTU, Hyderabad. Next keynote address by Dr. Vanaja, Chief Scientist, CSIR, NA. And another invited talk by Professor Dr. Mamata Sharma, Department of Environmental Toxicology, Rajasthan. She is going to present online. These are the technical sessions and speakers for our. In addition to that, we received papers from different, almost 10 central universities, like Hyderabad Central University, Maulana Azad University, Indira Gandhi Central University, and Potti Sri Ramulu, Telugu University, Sri Padmavati, Mahila Vishwavidyalayam, Pondicherry Central University, Gujarat Central University, Punjab Central University, Mahindra Central. We have received papers, almost covered all universities and all parts of the country. I am very happy to share with you all this information about the conference. And I would like to thank Dr. Hema Prasad Madam, my guide. She helped me in raising fund, that is 20,000 rupees from PMJ Jewelers. Thank you, madam. My madam is there. I am very happy that my guide is there. Okay, and I also thank HDFC Bank Manager for sponsoring 10,000 rupees for our conference, and GMJ Jewelers sponsored 30,000 rupees for our conference. And finally, I would like to announce the thing that OWSD is going to present awards to women achievers in the. Thank you. Thank you. In the. Savanay primarily features acknowledgement of our contributors, details and history of Government City College and vision of women empowerment cell, profiles of various speakers, and it also features abstract of the relevant topics. Now I would like to request all the dignitaries on the stage to unveil the souvenir. I would like to invite Anuradha madam onto the stage, Hema madam onto the stage, Karuna madam onto the stage, Lakshmi madam and Ishwaraya sir, Veliyal sir, Sabita madam, Vasudha madam, madam.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. అంతర్జాతీయ మహిళా దినోత్సవ సందర్భంగా నేను కాలి మెట్టనై నీ పాదాలను ముద్దాడాలని ఉంది. నీ చెవుల గెంటినై నీకెన్నో శుద్ధులు వినిపించాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, నీ అరచేతిలో గీతనై నీ కష్టాలను కడగండ్లను తూడ్చేయాలని ఉంది. నీ నొసటిపై నీ బతుకును వెలిగించాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, నీ కనుసొంగాడుతూ నీ కంట పొంగే గంగకు ఆనకట్టనవ్వాలని ఉంది. నీ పెదవులపై చెరగని చిరునవ్వుల సంతకం కావాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, ఆరోజు నీ చేత సలువారిన గింజనై మళ్ళీ మళ్ళీ మొలకెత్తాలని ఉంది. నీ చనుబాల సత్తువ లోకానికి చూపాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, నీవు మోసిన మట్టి తట్ట కింద సుట్టనై నీ నెత్తిన ఊరేగాలని ఉంది. నీ కాలి కింది మెట్టనై నీ కాలి కింది చెప్పునై నిన్ను మోయాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, నోరా మేము కడుపులు నింపుకుంటే నీల బిందె వైపు నీవు అడుగులేస్తుంటే నిండుకుండనై నీ ఉపవాస దీక్షను భగ్నం చేయాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, నీ భుజాలపై మోసిన గొర్రెపిల్లనై లోకాన్ని చూడాలని ఉంది. నీవు కోసిన జొన్న కంకినై నీ ఒళ్ళెలో నిద్రపోవాలని ఉంది. చెటిపై కుంకుమై సూర్యునితో పోటీ పడాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, నీ పాదాల కింద పారాడే ధూళినై పవిత్రుడను కావాలని ఉంది. నీ ఆశయాల రెక్కలు దొడిగి లోకాన్ని చుట్టేయాలని ఉంది. నీ రెక్కల కింద కోడిపిల్లనై ముడగాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, వానాకాలం తడిసిన పొయ్యిల కట్టెలు పొగసూరుతో నిన్ను ఇబ్బంది పెడుతుంటే భగభగ మండే సూర్యునినై మండాలని ఉంది. నీ చీరకొంగున ముడివేసుకున్న రూపాయి బిల్లనై కొమ్మటొల్ల చాపు మిఠాయినై విచ్చుకోవాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, కూలికి పోయిన నీవు సాయంత్రం తెచ్చే రేగు పండ్లకు శనక్కాయలకై సూర్యుని పడమటి గుడికి తరిమేయాలని వెన్నెలనై నీ ఒడిలో బలాలని ఉంది. అమ్మా, పరశురాముని లాంటి 10,000 మంది కొడుకులున్నా బాధలు ఎన్ని పెట్టినా భరించే ఎల్లమ్మవు నీవు. త్యాగాల తొలిపొద్దువు నీవు. అమ్మా, పుట్టమన్ను గద్దెల మీద పసుపు కుంకుమలతో పూజించిన ఈరనాగమ్మ తల్లివి నీవు. అమ్మా, నీ ప్రేమను అందుకోవడానికి ఆకాశమంతెత్తు నిచ్చెనలు వేసిన ఆవగింజంత కూడా అందుకోలేకపోయినా అమ్మ అనే కావ్య కడలిలో నీటి సుక్కనై చేరాలని నీ గురించి రాయడానికి నా దగ్గరున్న అక్షరాలు సరిపోకపోయినా కలం దారంతో మాలకట్టి నీ మెడలో వేయాలనుకుంటున్న అల్పుణ్ణి నేను. అమ్మ, నీకు వందనం. నన్ను గన్న నాగమ్మ, నీకు వందనం. ధన్యవాదాలు.
Now let's have the valuable messages from our dignitaries. I welcome the invited guest, Professor Vijaya Khadar Madam, to address the gathering.
సభకు నమస్కారం. వేదికను అలరించిన పెద్దలకు మరి సభలో ఆశీస్సుల అందరికీ కూడా నా యొక్క నమస్కారము. ముందుగా అంతర్జాతీయ మహిళా దినోత్సవ సందర్భంగా అందరికీ హ్యాపీ ఉమెన్స్ డే. ఎందుకంటే మార్చి మొత్తం మనం సెలబ్రేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. మార్చి 8 కాకోకుండా మార్చి మొత్తం చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఎందుకంటే శుక్లా గారు చాలా బాగా చెప్పారు మహిళ యొక్క ప్రాధాన్యత ఏమిటి అని చెప్పేసి. కానీ నేను కొంచెంగా ఎక్కువ టైం తీసుకోను, 5 నిమిషాలే మాట్లాడతాను. ఇప్పుడు మామూలుగా ఒక జల్కిన్ అనే ఆమె ఫస్ట్ 1911 సంవత్సరం 19th మార్చిన ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఉమెన్ డే అన్న వర్డ్ని కాయిన్ చేశారు. ఎవరు? జర్మన్ యాక్టివిస్ట్. తర్వాత 1921 అంటే సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత ఈ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఉమెన్ డేని 19 నుంచి మార్చి 8కి మనం మార్చడం జరిగిందనమాట. ఇంకా అప్పటి నుంచి కూడా మనం మార్చి 8ని ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఉమెన్ డేగా మనం అంటే మొదట ఐడెంటిఫై చేసింది 1911లో, ఇంప్లిమెంటేషన్కి వచ్చింది 10 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత. ఓకే, అంటే ఇప్పుడు దీని గురించి మనం ఏమంటే ది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఉమెన్ డే అనేది ఏం చేసుకున్నానంటే ఇదే కాకుండా ఇంకోటి, ది ఇంటర్నేషనల్ డే ఆఫ్ ద ఉమెన్ అండ్ గర్ల్స్ ఇన్ సైన్స్ ఈజ్ అన్ యాన్యువల్ అబ్జర్వేషన్ అడాప్టెడ్ బై ది United Nations General Assembly to promote the full and equal access and participation of the women in science, technology, engineering and mathematics field on the February 11th, 2023. And because this is another aspect, not only the International Women Day, but this is the women and girl children participation in the STEM. శుక్లా గారు మాట్లాడుతూ అన్నారు, ఉమెన్ చాలా కష్టపడుతుంది, ఆమె ఎకనామిక్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ వీఆర్ నాట్ కౌంటింగ్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ట్రూ. ఒక మహిళ పురుషుడి కంటే కూడా 5 గంటలు ఎక్కువ పని చేస్తుంది. ఎకనామిక్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ వచ్చేటప్పటికి 2/3 ఈజ్ హర్ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్. కానీ ఆర్ వి రికగ్నైజింగ్ ఇట్? నో, నాట్ ఎట్ ఆల్. దిస్ ఈస్ ద పాయింట్ శుక్లా గారు చాలా బాగా చెప్పారు. ఐఎమ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ ఫర్ దట్. అండ్ కొంతమందికి ఇట్ ఈస్ అ ఫెస్టివ్ గ్యాదరింగ్, అంటే ఆనందంగా ఈ రోజున సెలబ్రేట్ చేసుకొని హ్యాపీగా హ్యాండ్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్ కలుపుకొని చక్కగా ఓకే ఇది మన ప్రోగ్రామ్ అంటే మళ్ళీ ఇంకోటి కూడా, ఉమెన్ అంటే ఉమెన్ ఒక్కటే కాదు, ఇట్ ఈస్ అ హోలిస్టిక్ అప్రోచ్. ఏది సాధించాలన్నా మహిళ వెనుక పురుషుడు ఉంటాడు, పురుషుడు వెనుక మహిళ ఉంటుంది. ఒక్కళ్ళు సాధించలేదు, ఒక మహిళ సాధించిందంటే ఎంటైర్ ఫ్యామిలీస్ విత్ హర్ బ్యాక్. అవునంటారా కాదంటారా? ఎస్. అలాగే ఒక పురుషుని యొక్క ఏమంటాము వాళ్ళ యొక్క దాన్ని ఏదైనా సాధించినప్పుడు వాళ్ళ వెనక కూడా వాళ్ళ ఎంటైర్ ఫ్యామిలీ ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి ఇది మనం మర్చిపోకూడదు. ఇట్ ఈస్ హోలిస్టిక్ అప్రోచ్ అని మనం పెట్టుకోవాలన్నమాట. అండ్ అనదర్ థింగ్ ఐ జస్ట్ టెల్ యూ, వీఆర్ వెరీ ఫార్చునేట్ టు బి ఇండియన్స్. ఎందుకంటే మనకి పంటల్లో చూసుకుంటే అన్ని రకాల పంటలు అన్ని కాలాల్లో పండుతాయి. మనకి ఉమెన్ రిజర్వేషన్ ఉంది. 30% ఆఫ్ ద ఉమెన్ ఇన్ ఆల్ మినిస్ట్రీస్లో ఉండాల్సిందే. ఎనీ కమిటీస్, సెలక్షన్ కమిటీ, కంప్లైంట్ కమిటీ, ఎనీ కమిటీలో ఒక ఉమెన్ ఉండాల్సిందే. అవునంటారా కాదంటారా? అది మనకి. ఇంకొకటి ఏంటంటే ఇతర దేశాల్లో మనకేంటంటే రిటైర్మెంట్ ఏజ్ మగవాళ్ళకి ఆడవాళ్ళకి సమానం. మన జీతంలో వ్యత్యాసం లేదు. కానీ అదే కొన్ని దేశాల్లో వాళ్ళ రిటైర్మెంట్ ఏజ్ మహిళలకి తక్కువ, జీతం కూడా తక్కువే. అందుకనే వాళ్ళు ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ అని ఈక్వాలిటీ అని చెప్పి ఫైట్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు మీకు ఎంతమందికి తెలుసు సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్స్? తెలుసా అందరికీ? ఈ సస్టైనబుల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ గోల్స్లో ప్రాధాన్యమైనది జీరో హంగర్. రెండోది ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్. మనం ఆల్రెడీ ఎంపవర్డ్, బట్ స్టిల్ వీఆర్ ట్రయింగ్ ఫర్ దట్ వన్ బికాస్ that's what I'm just saying. We are really lucky to be an Indian, either a male or the female. మనకున్న moral support ఎక్కడా లేదు. నేను చాలా దేశాలు తిరిగాను, కానీ నేను అనుకుంటాను భారతదేశంలో ఉన్నంత ఆనందం things have changed. We are there in almost all the fields. We have to be really thankful to the government. And here I will take another 1 more minute. When you just talk about మనకి ప్రభుత్వం ఏం చేసిందంటే మీకు అందరికీ తెలిసే ఉంటుంది. పంచవర్ష ప్రణాళికని వినే ఉంటారు. విన్నారా లేదా? విన్నారా? ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? యా, దట్స్ గుడ్. యూ హ్యాడ్ బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ ఇన్ ద మార్నింగ్? ఓకే, గుడ్. See, when you talk about the first to fifth 5-year plan, welfare approach was there for the woman. Welfare approach. Fifth 5-year plan, welfare to the development program was there. Not only that, DST started a particular section under science and technology for the woman. Then 7th 5-year plan, Department of Women and Child Welfare Department has been established. Then 8th 5-year plan, that is at a National Commission for Women, was established. 9th 5-year plan, department to actually to empower the 30% of the women in almost all the ministries should be there. Not to have got a sort of the separate cell in their science and technology and the biotechnology also. The 10th 5-year plan, scholarships for the women. Because when you are a career-oriented person, suppose if you are married, you can really re-enter into the studies, so you can have the monetary support or what you can just say the scholarship program. And not only that, women empowerment was celebrated in 2001. So this is actually the government has done the welfare program to the empowerment, because why I am just. It is not one individual, it is in a collective effort from the public, from the society, from the government also. We are really trying to do it, and really I appreciate Dr. Sridevi for taking this initiative. First she has asked me, Madam, we want to celebrate the International Year of the Woman. I said 8th, but that was a very short period, so she prolonged the day, and I advised her, you have a national program. But she was so persistent that she should have the international program. So, but she has succeeded with the help of many of you sitting in the hall. And another thing is, because to have a program, it is a commitment from each and every one, the department or the co-workers or anyone. So in this way, I really congratulate Dr. Sridevi and her team and give her a big clap. And that is because in the limited time, she could able to gather so many papers, so many delegates, and this is really an achieving thing. Please, I think this is in a sportiveness we will be taking from the department or from the college or from the university. All of you can just organize many of the programs like this. I wish you all good luck in future activities. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Now I welcome special guest Mr. P.P. Reddy sir to address the gathering.
Good morning to you all. Dr. G.B. Reddy garu, the Director, Distance Education Center, Usmania University. Dr. Kaiser Jamil, who is my colleague, and he is the head of the Department of Genetics. And Sukla garu, the Vice Principal of this government college. Dr. Vijaya Kadar, who is Professor Vijaya Kadar, she did an excellent job while she was heading the Home Science Department as Dean, and Dr. Sridevi. She worked with us, with me and Dr. Hema for almost 30 years at the Institute of Genetics. I am extremely happy to associate and to participate in the third day international conference on role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society, organized by Government City College in association with OSWD, headed by Dr. Kaiser Jamil. you see, the topic is so. This is very, very true, but this is not the case with India. You see, here our government pays salaries equally, whether male or female, we get equal salary. You see, that is one thing I agree with her. And another thing she was talking about 30% reservation. I don't agree with her or with the government of India. Why 30%? See, we are equal. We are 1:1. We are 100:100. You see, why there is discrimination? Why they should be treated as 30% for women? Why not 50%? Why not 60%? See, depending on the capability, I think this should be, in my opinion, and this should be scrapped from the constitution or whatever it is, from the different departments or different governments adopt different things. But that 30% reservation, as if they are less and they are given some opportunity to come to that level. See, that itself shows that you are not equal to men. So I think, I don't know whether you agree with me or not, I think that should be removed. And you know that, we are in we Indians, in ancient India, women are well respected. If you take the history, our past history about centuries back, women are treated as goddess. Okay? Everybody probably sometimes, see, whenever they go out, they want women to come, okay, before going for doing for good occasion. See, good occasion. See, that was the respect. Of course, even today, some families follow this tradition. I think that was the thing. Slowly, I don't know how there was change in the society, and the males started dominating. And so the males think they are superiors, and the superior when compared to females. I do not know, this has come into the society, something like that. Not only here, not only in India, even advanced countries, in the Western countries also, see, the women are not treated. See, till today, the United States of America did not have a president, woman president. This is a very advanced country, whereas we have. See, in India, Dr. Murmu Garu, she is the president of this country. See, Indians treat women better, and many, this is our tradition. See, this is our culture, respecting women. You see, a thing. See, we know the woman. You see, our mother. Okay, now you take the capabilities. See, till the constitution, till we get independence. See, women were, treated as, comparatively men. You see, in the constitution, after independence, the females are given equality. You see, women are given all the privileges. From that time onwards, the women have shown their capabilities as industrialists, as researchers, as business women. See, in all the spheres, see, the women excelled. Now, you see, these women are doing everything, all the capabilities are excelling in the society. You see, besides their awesome job as mother, as wife, bringing the families, bringing the healthy families. See, that's what the role the women are playing here. Okay. Now, what is important is now today there's a conference is going on. This is multifaceted or multidisciplinary, all the science, politics, agriculture, all the scientists from different faculties, are participating today. And I wish you all the best. And before I forget, Suklagar, I was so impressed about Suklagaru, the way he spoke about women, okay, as mother, okay, and how economics. You see, was mentioning Vijay Kadar. You see, there is no perfect planning. We are talking about the Indian planning or thing. A woman, head of she is a housemaker. Okay, she plans. Suppose she has that much money, then how to control, how to use that money, and how to budget it. You see, from there onwards, you see, the women are so capable. I'm sure if given opportunity now, the women are excelling in sports, and the women are participating in space programs. You see, in whatever field you take, women are there. And they show that we are there, we are also equal. We give in women cricket are there, cricketers are there, they are doing excellent job, or we have got tennis players are there. Everything so good. So, all of us should, as Sukla Garu cheppinattu or Vijay Kadar Garu cheppinattu, I think we should train boys from the beginning, from the childhood. And they should say that your sister, your sibling are equal. You should treat them. That's where the training starts at home. The trainer is mother. Okay, I think it should start at home. And now I don't want to take much of your time. I wish you all the best that you got a 3-day conference, and you will be discussing various aspects. And don't forget about women and how best we should bring women to our level. Okay, suppose men are there, how to give them equal opportunities for women in the society. Thank you all, and I thank particularly the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my happiness with you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your informative words. Now I would like to invite Guest of Honor, Professor Kaiser Jamil Madam, for her valuable message.
Chief guest of the occasion, Dr. Rao, and distinguished guests, our Vice Principal of Government City College, Dr. Shukla Garu, Dr. P.P. Reddy Garu, who is my colleague at Mahavir Hospital and Research Center, is the Director of Research, Dr. Vijay Kadar Garu, and of course, my colleague and my co-host, Dr. Sri Devi. It was all her efforts that I am here today, and I am so happy. I must say that seeing all these bright faces today must have been a very important day for all of you today, as you have joined us for celebrating the role of women, inspiring and inclusive growth. So our organization has now included also the men in the group so that we have inclusive growth. So first and foremost, I want to express my heartfelt appreciation and thanks to Government City College who has hosted this, and also his team, Dr. Sri Devi and the Women's Cell, and all the people who are going around giving you all tea and snacks and distributing many things and helping us in this organization. I've seen only women doing this. Why not the boys not doing this? Why she has not included the boys to do this work? Because only the girls are doing the work, so you can see discrimination when it comes to work. Boys should not do, girls should do this work. What is this, Dr. Sri Devi? Please change this, and next time you should have both equal number of boys and girls doing the jobs which all the girls are doing. So, I must tell you a little about my own organization, that is Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. This is the first international organization which has empowered women, and it has come together. It's about 192 countries have come together. And also I wanted to tell you when it was formed. It was formed in 1986, and this is the brainchild of Professor Abdus Salam, who was a Nobel laureate physicist, a Nobel laureate physicist who really inspired all the women to come together. He formed this association in Italy, where Italian government allowed him to use all his Nobel laureate, the money which he earned as a Nobel person, Nobel laureate. He put all that and made international physics as a center for excellence. So from there it started, and we made Third World Academy of Sciences. So from here we branched off, because when he invited all the participants for a conference, he saw only a few, very few women participating in the conference. And I have also seen in my lifetime that very few women participate in any conference. So that is why it was very important to form women's group, so that the women will get opportunities to talk in front of another women, and then they pick up the boldness and then come and join the men and take equal part in the participation of conferences. So our OWSD really is a organization under the auspices of UNESCO, that is United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. And this is hosted by Professor Abdus Salam, who was the director of the ICTP in Italy. And now we have a few women groups who came to such conferences, met together, and Dr. Manju Sharma, also Indian participant, was very active in creating, along with the world women leaders, to form this organization, which is now called Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World. So now this organization is divided into 4 regions. One region is the Latin America and Caribbean. Second region is African region. Third region is the Asia Pacific region. And we have the Arab region. So 4 regions are there under, in these 4 regions, there are 25 countries in each region. And each region has a vice president, and the vice presidents work with the president of all the world president. She is Professor Jennifer Thompson. She is a molecular biologist and a very good scientist from South Africa. So we have this organization, and we as national chapter, every country is free to form their national chapters, and there is a law and also request by the parent organization to have a national chapter in their own countries, so that they can promote the women scientists in their own countries. So that is why we have a national chapter for a long time, like China has, Malaysia has, Bangladesh has, and many countries, they have their own national chapters. Now, Dr. Atiya Kaple is a national chapter of the Asia Pacific region. She was supposed to be here, but since she was a very busy person from Nagpur, she couldn't come. And she's going to give her presentation online. The establishment of national chapters varies from country to country depending on their own resources. So the objective of the national chapters and also OWSD is to promote women scientists in various organizations, and also to organize various activities like conducting workshops and conducting conferences, mentoring girl students, and teaching them to learn leadership qualities and entrepreneurship. So, and also for advocating the policies, initiatives to promote gender equality in science, to support advancement in STEM, and also we also have this mentoring capabilities of women scientists, so they can mentor as many girl students as possible. So, dear all, your presence here signifies a shared commitment fostering an environment where every individual, regardless of gender, has the opportunity to thrive and contribute to the betterment of society. So your passion and your determination will inspire hope and serve as a beacon of light, guiding us towards a more inclusive future. Some of our members present here who belong to the OWSD are Dr. Vijay Khader, Dr. Hema Prasad, Dr. Sri Devi, Dr. Sabita, Dr. Vasudha, and Dr. Chitra, and all the others, Roja. So many of our members are present here promoting gender equality. And I wish all others also, women's cell people, should participate and strengthen this organization to give more opportunities to women. So now I think all of you must be thinking, why another conference on gender? Why? Because do you think we are there? No, we are not yet there. Even though we are conducting so many conferences on gender equality, breaking the glass ceiling and all this, but we are still not there at all. So you just think of scientific community, in that we have, just think of how many Nobel Prizes women have got. I think 4.1% awarded to awards in chemistry, only 4.1% in chemistry out of the 191 awards which the chemistry got. And then at least just 5.3% of awards were given to women out of 225 ladies who, 225 numbers who got our Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine. And also we also have in physics, there is only 1.8% females who got the award from 221 awards given in physics. So much talent is there with us nowadays, but now we have to strengthen our group, and we have to have more awards and honors for these people. Our Indian scientists are doing much better, far much better than the other countries, which everyone has told us. So like we have gone to the space, we have landed a moon landing and satellites and all in ISRO. There are so many women scientists who have contributed to these landings. So therefore, ladies, please fear not. With your collective brain power and dedication, I have no doubt that we will navigate through this season with flying colors, through perhaps not the same colors as those outdated gender stereotypes, but with working with OWSD NCI. So I really send my greetings to you on this International Women's Day celebrations 2024, because this event was supposed to be on 8th March, but it was too early when we started to decide, and therefore we shifted this International Women's Day celebrations to 21 to 23. So therefore I'm very happy that we have finally succeeded in celebrating the International Women's Day in this period. And let us remember that we should face the serious challenges we can find in these moments of joy and levity. So, my friends, let us approach our conference deliberations with a sense of optimism, a dash of humor, and a whole lot of determination. Together with OWSDI and national chapters, let us rewrite the script, challenge the status quo of women, and pave the way for a future where everyone, regardless of gender, can thrive and shine. Thank you, and let us begin the conference. Thank you.
We have our principal sir here. I take an honor to invite Professor P. Balabhaskar sir, Principal of Government City College, onto the dais. Please occupy the honorable seat. Now I would like to invite our respected principal sir for the presidential address.
First of all, sorry for the late coming to the program. Today's chief guest, Professor G.B. Reddy Garu, Director, Postgraduate PGRR CDEOU. Special guest, Mr. P.P. Reddy Garu. Guest of honor, Professor Kaiser Jamil Garu. Invited guest, Professor Vijay Khadar Garu. Also, the Vice Principal of the College, Viplav Shukla Garu. Convener of the program, Dr. Sridevi Garu. And all Women Empowerment Cell members of City College and faculty members of the City College, participants from various degree colleges of Telangana, and my dear students. Good morning to all. Welcoming you all to this wonderful program arranged by our Women Empowerment Cell, taking a topic that is the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society. The City College is doing series of seminars. Of course, in this context, City College has already done one seminar on Women Reservation Bill. Just 20 days back, we conducted one national seminar on Women Reservation Bill, and this is another such seminar that is role of women in inclusive and inspiring and inclusive growth of society. So, our Women Empowerment Cell doing so many activities in which they came forward to organize such a wonderful international seminar. And first of all, thanking the State Council for Higher Education, Telangana, for sponsoring this program. And also thanking all the resource persons who have come here, and also the participants who are going to present your papers. Thanking you all on behalf of the students and staff of City College for participating in this good program. Congratulating Women Empowerment Cell, especially Dr. Sridevi Garu and Narmada Garu, Krishnaveni Garu, Sudakshana Garu, and Avadanam Sujata Garu, and other members of Women Empowerment Cell. Constantly they are working on this particular program. They want to gather so many resource persons to discuss this particular topic. The deliberations of this particular seminar are going to be very much useful to the society in future. Definitely, I wish you all the best for the program. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to invite our chief guest, Professor G.B. Reddy, sir,
for his message.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Dignitaries on the dais, Professor P.P. Reddy Garu, Dr. Vijaya Khadar ma'am, Dr. Kaisar Jamil ma'am, Dr. Balabhaskar Garu, Principal, Dr. Shukla ji, Vice Principal, and Dr. V. Sridevi, convener of this 3-day international seminar, and of the dais, Professor Lakshmi ma'am, Professor Ishwaraya Garu, Professor Rema Prasad, and other dignitaries, respected faculty members, paper presenters, and dear students. Being the last speaker has number of advantages as well as disadvantages. The advantage is that I can conclude within 10 minutes. The disadvantage is that whatever I wanted to speak has already been spoken by the intellectuals who already spoke ahead of me. Another problem is that the paper presenters are keenly waiting for their turn. So if we take more time, again it will be cutting into their allotted time. So I will take less than 10 minutes to speak something meaningful on a very important topic of contemporary relevance. Every year March 8th comes, number of celebrations take place. We remember the event, but we don't carry forward the essence of the event for the remaining 11 months. This is a reality which we have to accept. It was said long time back that where the women are worshipped, the gods will be happy. Yatra naryastu pujyante tatra ramante devata. The fact of the matter is that nobody wants worship. They want respect. They want equality. They would like to live with dignity. And it is the duty of others to ensure a congenial atmosphere in the family, in the society, in the government, to lead their lives with basic human dignity. This is one important aspect. The theme is related to the Sustainable Development Goals. Two goals come to my mind. Goal number 4, which speaks about gender equality, and goal number 10, which speaks about the reduced inequalities. Both of them are supposed to be achieved by the year 2030. Out of these 17 goals, I think in respect of many goals, we are still in the beginning, even though we are in 2024. Within next 6 years, it may not be possible to reach these goals, but we have to continue our efforts at the local level as well as the global level. When we talk about the role of the women, I am reminded of the role of the state in modern times. One of our law professors, maybe you must have heard the name, Professor Upendra Bakshi, very well-known professor. He says that today the state plays multiple roles. It is not only the ruler, it rules. It is an economic regulator. It is a facilitator. It is an entrepreneur. It is a service provider. It is a consumer, so on and so forth. I can attribute the similar role to the women. The women can be everything in human life, and they are better managers, they are better inventors and innovators, and they constitute the live wire in the human life. It is not a rhetoric, it's a fact. When we talk about the economic status of the women, if you look at any of the literature which is available on UN Women, one of the agencies relating to United Nations, you will find that the growth is related to economic empowerment, especially the economic empowerment of the women. And here I would like to draw your attention to a very old statement attributed to the UN way back in the year 1980. And just I quote two lines. Women constitute half of the world's population, perform nearly 2/3 of its hours. Madam has already mentioned this. Receive 1/10 of the world's income and less than 1/100th of the property. This statement was made 44 years back. I don't think that there has been any substantial improvement in their status even today. Marginally, there may be some improvement. N.T. Ramarao brought an amendment to the Hindu Succession Act in 1985 to give the women equal property rights. And probably that was the beginning. At the national level also, equal property rights have been given to the women under the Hindu Succession Act. So today you go to any court, including the great High Court, which I had an occasion to visit maybe thousands of times when I was a practicing advocate. Number of litigations are pertaining to the share of the women. Great-grandmother, grandmother, mother, sister, daughter. Why do they, in fact, visit the courts? Why do they fight the litigation? Because their property rights are denied by their male counterparts. I have come across many women simply saying that my brother asked me to come to the sub-registrar's office to sign on the dotted lines. It's all about the joint family property, maybe running into lakhs and crores of rupees. And most of them silently obliged maybe the brothers, the father, or the male-dominated sections. Why? They are afraid of losing human relations. But in the process, they lose their birthright, right to get property, because they acquired that right by birth. This is only one example, please. Whether it is Hindu women, Muslim women, Christian, Parsi, whatever, you find that equal property rights are not given to them on par with the men, in spite of so many efforts made by the government, right from 1930s till 2005 and subsequently. You come across excommunication of the Parsi women who marry non-Parsi persons. Their children are non-Parsis. But if a Parsi man marries a non-Parsi woman, the children are Parsis. You don't come across similar kind of discrimination. Even National Commission for Women recently has conducted a consultation program all over the country to highlight this kind of discrimination. This is one aspect. Politically, how many women members are there in Lok Sabha? 78 out of 540 plus. How many women members in Rajya Sabha? Only 24 out of 250, 238 plus 12 nominated. How many women members are there in US Congress, supposed to be a very well advanced country? 27% today. 27% altogether. It was only 4% in 1971. In 2024, we have 27%. That way, probably, India is a little better, as pointed out by one of the eminent speakers before. The point, Nari Shakti Vandana, 106th Amendment, 1/3 seats will be reserved for women, and which will come into force sometime in 2026 or 27. Who is preventing the political parties from allotting the seats to women? Why don't they allot 50%? What's wrong with that? Should only the parliament come out with a reservation? Assume for a moment that even in the local self-government bodies, we have women reservations. But we have women sarpanches and we have sarpanch patis. This is the language used in North India. Sarpanch pati should have a seat on the dais along with the women. Or else, recently in Madhya Pradesh, the women refuse to take oath unless their patis are also administered the oath. Now the question is, we are talking about women empowerment. The moral of the story is that the women have to assert themselves. Empowerment on the paper in the eyes of law is something. Empowerment in reality is something else. It is in every field. If you are referring to President Draupadi Murmu ji or the former President Pratibha Patil ji, maybe that is on the positive side a good representation. But there are only exceptions. What about the rule? America, as pointed out earlier, America has had no lady president so far. We don't know whether Kamala Harris really plays any constructive role in the governance of United States of America, being the vice president. Socially, the stigma continues. Supreme Court has to intervene from time to time. Right to worship, in Shabarimala, etc., that is a different story. There are gender stereotypes who are dominating even today. You talk about, in fact, the intervention of even the Supreme Court and the highest offices also not making much impact. Then we have number of other aspects. Women were not like this in India before. If you look into the good old ages, Rig Veda said the women should be treated as the queen of the house. No parda system. Upanayana was administered to women as well as men. Then slowly what happened? Denial of equality. In its place, protection has come. The movement of women outside the home was reduced because of foreign invasions and other reasons. Education was denied. So even a Lilliput of a man started saying that I will protect you. Protecting whom? A person like Nikat Zareen. You know who is Nikat Zareen? The eminent boxer. Does she need protection? How can a Lilliput protect her? Why? Undue protectionism has come. Even today, that, in fact, stereotyped notion lingers in our minds. We think that we are there to protect them. Probably we need protection from them. This psychology needs to change. Then there are other aspects. For example, Margaret Thatcher, I keep on saying this on platforms like this. Margaret Thatcher was the PM of United Kingdom for 11 long years. Once she was asked about the reason for her success. Her husband was standing behind her at that time. His name was Dennis Thatcher, a chartered accountant. Then she pointed out to her husband, you ask him, he will tell you. Then he said, one step behind, always one step behind. So he was standing behind her one step by one step, paving way for Margaret Thatcher to surge ahead. We need this kind of attitude among the men. They must allow the women to realize their dreams, and once we extend this kind of support, whether it is the scientific world, everybody need not be Tessie Thomas. In the entrepreneurship world, everybody need not be highly successful like Kiran Majumdar Shah in the field of biotechnology. I think Biocon founder and MD. But in every woman, there is a potential Kiran Majumdar Shah. There is a potential Nikat Zareen. There is a potential PV Sindhu. There is a potential Indira Jaising. Potential Tessie Thomas, the rocket women. And we have to create such an ideal circumstances ideal environment to make them reach their goals. This is one important aspect. We can go on speaking more and more. At the same time, please try to understand that role of women in the inclusive growth need not be underestimated, need not be undermined, because they are better managers. They can manage a household with 1,000 rupees, with 10,000 rupees, or with 1 lakh rupees also. The men may not be realizing the real potential. It is the God's gift and their inherent strength. But at the same time, maybe it may not be the correct platform to say, but when you come across the women spending their time in old age homes without anyone accompanying them. I come from Mechal area. In my village, Gaudavalli, there is Saket Pranamam. You must have heard about it. And recently I went to that particular place. It is not an age-old home. They are the apartments meant for senior citizens. And I found that there are, buttons, there are buzzers, fine. And there is a clubhouse, so on and so forth. Then I asked some of them, why do you stay in Saket Pranamam? Why not with your family members? One lady was saying, my son resides in the villa nearby, but I prefer to stay in Saket Pranamam. Why? Because somebody from his son's family doesn't want her to stay with the son. Who is that somebody? I leave it to your imagination. What I am trying to say is that there must be a lot of change required in the mindset of the men. Lot of change, 90%. But there is a need of change in the mindset of at least some women also. Sometimes women become the biggest hurdles for the women empowerment. This also must be taken with a pinch of salt. You can blame me or curse me, doesn't matter. But it's reality, fact of life. Because unless we extend the same kind of courtesy to, the other women, senior citizens, who are in need of empathy, right? If women can't help women, can the men help? Men have been suffering from these preconceived notions for centuries together because of various factors. We have to change them, even by bulldozing them. But others also must change. So I take this opportunity to compliment Dr. Sridevi ma'am for choosing a wonderful topic of contemporary relevance. I had an occasion to look at the various topics on which the technical sessions are going to be conducted. All of them are quite relevant, right from the pure sciences to economics to the sociology, even in fact, the rural women and many more. And there appear to be 85 papers carefully chosen and selected for publication. I take this opportunity to compliment the organizers and wish the 3-day international seminar a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Now we move on to the felicitation session. Now I would like to welcome the chief guest, Professor G.B. Reddy, sir, to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our chief guest. Now I would like to welcome the special guest MP Mr. P.P. Reddy sir to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our special guest. Now I would like to welcome guest of honor Professor Kaiser Jamil Madam to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our guest of honor. I would like to welcome the invited guest, Professor Vijaya Kadar Madam, to receive the felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our invited guest. Now, I would like to welcome the convener, Dr. Sridevi Madam, to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to... I would like to welcome Principal P. Balabhaskar sir to receive the felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our principal. Now, I would like to welcome our Vice Principal, Viplava Shukla sir, to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our Vice Principal. Now, I would like to welcome convener Dr. Sridevi Madam to receive felicitation. I request the dignitaries on the stage to felicitate our convener. I thank all the dignitaries. Now I welcome co-convener Dr. Sabita Madam for vote of thanks.
It is my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks on the occasion of 3-day international conference on the role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of the society. Hope you all have heard the messages given by our honorable members on the dais. I take the opportunity to thank each and everyone. Our chief guest on the occasion, Professor B.V. Reddy, Director PGRRCDE, and our guest of honor, Dr. Kaiser Jamil, President of OWSD, National Chapter of India, and our special guest to Dr. P.P. Reddy, Research Director, Bhagavan Mahavir Hospital and Research Center. Invited guest Dr. Vijay Kadar ma'am, former Dean Acharya N.G. Ranga University, and the Principal Professor P. Balabhaskar Garu, City College, and Vice Principal Dr. Viplava Shukla Garu, and Convener Dr. Sridevi Garu. And our special thanks to the sponsors, Telangana Council of Higher Education, Professor R. Lumbadri Garu, and National Chapter of OWSD, PMG Jewelers, Mr. Pratik Garu, and finally the HDFC Bank Manager, Mr. Venkat Kalyan Garu. And I would, it would have been possible to organize without their support. And at the end, I would like to special thanks to all OWC members, WC members, City College staff and non-staff, and all whoever here participating and helping the NCC members and all the students even who are serving the food also. And very thanks all of you are making this event successful. And my special thank to who hearing some Telugu Kavita, I like very much that one. And every mother will like that. I think, I don't know his name, and atanu vinipinchado rachinchado నాకు తెలియదు కానీ ఇట్స్ మనసుకు మాత్రం చాలా దగ్గరగా అనిపించింది ప్రతి తల్లికి. అండ్ వెరీ థ్యాంక్ఫుల్ హిమ్. అండ్ లాస్ట్లీ హ్యావ్ ఎ వండర్ఫుల్ స్టేయింగ్ అట్ గవర్నమెంట్ సిటీ కాలేజ్ అండ్ ఎంజాయ్ ద కాన్ఫరెన్స్.
Students, I request all the students to please be seated. Don't go outside. Now the session is about to start. Now we are going to start the session by the keynote address by Anuradha Madam. Dr. Anuradha Madam is Senior Regional Director of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Hyderabad. A brief intro of the Madam. Dr. Anuradha Medoju Madam is also a Chief of International Health Airport Organization under Government of India, AP and TS. Her qualifications are MBBS and MD from Usmania Medical College. She has received far many awards, and her excellency are the Best Doctor Award received from then Finance Minister Sri Chidambaram, and Vaidya Ratna Award, Mahila Ratna Award and Ugadi Puraskar, and followed by Savitri Bai Phule Award for Best Coward Warrior, Best Doctor Award of IMA State Association. I welcome you, ma'am.
Good morning to all. Really, it's my privilege to be here on this occasion of International Women's Day and along with the international conference. The first today inauguration session, what we have discussed on women, I hope it's not enough for us to speak a lot of things about the women. As everyone said, the women really, the chief guest of our today inauguration, he highlighted where we are lacuna is there. Still, the ladies, the women are not in the priority list, in the political, social and economical. The governments we are supporting to the women empowerment, but still the competition is there. But now at present, like Vijay Kadri ma'am said, there's so many, we like directors, we have come, and the principals and the head of the departments and VC, Vice Chancellor. So everyone, even in Telangana also, we have a lot of women are present, but we need more people to study and then to come over. So now today, ma'am, are they going to just tell them. Madam, anything?
Good afternoon, everybody. Now we have a keynote address by Dr. Anuradha Garu, Senior Regional Director for Health and Family Welfare, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, Government of India. I would like to invite Madam for present her talk. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The first, I would like to say my sincere thanks to organizers of this International Scientific Committee and to give me the opportunity to speak on something on what we need it. I hope it's a scientific program. The selection of program, and then I have taken, you can switch off, beta. Can you switch on this? Switch off, karo. Why I have taken the challenges, control and interruption of transmission of zoonotic disease? What is the relation? We are talking about the government of India. Altogether now, we are not going in a vertical way. I am here because we are talking about One Health. Now we have to all the departments, maybe it's a scientific or the engineering or the medical fraternity, and all the organizations should come to one, even along with the research. So One Health approach is the one. So it made me to come and then to represent on this the few of the topics on the zoonotic disease. The second one, why it is related to the Women Forum. Yes, any of the zoonotic diseases, they are mostly linked to the woman. I hope we know very well the woman is the one, she cooks food. So the sanitation it comes to. Number two, how the vegetables to be biodegradable, she knows about it. How to wash the vegetables and fruits, that is the number one. Number two, to give the food to the children. What sort of food she has to give it? The nutritious food. So how to cook the nutritious food? Again, this is related to woman. The third one, when she is a housewife, she knows to
or birds. She should know the knowledge. She has a knowledge about how to clean the premises and how to keep our domestic animals. Not only that, if a baby has scabies and then something itching, what to do? So the woman is the one, and then she is having a multifocal knowledge, multi-organizer, as our one of the guests he said, and then she is everything. She is an economist, she is a socially, and then social reforms, and then educationalist, and she is a mother, and everything she is a mother. Even in the zoonotic diseases also, and then woman has a key role, and then to identify where we can stop it, when to say to the people. So this is a relation again to the odin as well as the transmission of the zoonotic diseases. Next please. Then as well as the transmission of the zoonotic diseases. Next please. Oh, this live. Okay, but but can you see that? Okay, right, fine. So just I would like to go with the introduction, all the infections and then which are coming from the animals. It may be a pet animals or the domestic animals or from any of the reservoir. And then we have a zoonotic infections and transmission. And then as we all know, just recently we have recovered from the COVID. And then the COVID is a reservoir, you know very well, in the monkeys in Africa. Like that, the bacterial, pathogenic and parasitic infections, viral infections, all these things, and then which we are getting from the animals. There the mother is the one, the woman and as well as a male, and the community should have an awareness on this. Next please. And then here, can you see the picture? It's not, I don't know whether it's clear or not. You can see the 80% of the population are in rural India. You must be seeing the people are washing their utensils, the dog is there, the cat is there, and then they're drinking, someone is drinking water, and this is the way the rural India, where we doesn't know from where the infection is going to come. The next please. And then as we all know about the transmission, how the birds or the cattails or the bats, and then how they are transmitting from the animals to human beings. When we see this, the 75%, and then when we see the 60% of the infectious diseases are coming from the animals to the disease. So there we need an attention, and then on the communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases also. Next please. And then the animals include pets, as we said, it is important food sources such as meat, dairy and egg products, etc. And here, just back please, here you can see not only that, the vectors we can see here, and airborne diseases we can see, and we can see the foodborne diseases, and then the pets and dogs, and then we can see. So different baby, direct or the indirect or the airborne diseases may get transmitted. Next please. So the fundamental concept of prevention and control of zoonotic diseases, we have to break the chain of transmission chain. Here you can see, so when a weakest link, where is the weakest link? So when we see the weakest links, what is the routes of transmission? From the routes of transmission to the susceptible animals, where we can interfere so that the weakest link, we can cut it out so that, and then we can prevent the diseases. Next please. And the interruption by the preventive strategies. As we all of us, we know about many things, and then we are doing for the primary prevention and the secondary prevention. Primary prevention, as you all know about the activities directed towards the preventing exposure to casual factors, example quarantine. This is the first word, and then we saw in COVID, but before that also, because I'm taking care of both AP in Telangana and as well as Chief of Airport Health Organization, and APHO Hyderabad, Airport Hyderabad, Tirupati and Vijayawada and Visakhapatnam. So when we know about the quarantine thing, that's the first time, and that how we have quarantine from the Southeast Asian. Before that, the Singapore Airlines, they brought 5 patients. So how we have isolated in the IPM center. So this is the way the quarantine is an important, and the next way is vaccination. As you all know very well, the rotavirus, we are doing the immunization for all the children not to have infection to the spread. So if you take rabies vaccination, TT, tetanus toxoid. So like this we are doing the vaccination on one side, and then the second one is the quarantine. The next please. And then as you know very well, the quarantine, isolation of animals. This is most important whenever, even in the domestic or many of the chicken farms or anywhere, if any of the chickens are falling die or it gets infected, we have to take it out, 1 or 2 those things to get it quarantined, so that, and then we can prevent that disease to spread to the other animals. Next please. And then as you know very well, the strategic vaccination is the one, and then to prevent the incursion of the diseases from the endemic area. Sometimes, and then we are doing in the ring vaccination, we are doing around an infected area at the time of an outbreak. This is FMD vaccination we are doing in the cattles mainly. Next please. So we know very well about the importance of the vaccination, why it is important. If one person or the 2 persons are vaccinated, and then they are going to, how much they are going to spread the infection, and then if maximum amounts people are immunized, and then we have the cohort type, the total community will get prevented for that disease. Next please. And then I'm not going to the details of the vaccination schedule. Next please. And secondary prevention, as you know very well, whenever you detect the disease process as early as possible, before clinical disease occurs, where our microbiology department and animal husbandry, this is so important for us to do the research or to identify the disease at its first time. And then it's screening test. Screening test, the people think that screening test only for the humans. No, it should be for the animals also. The regular screening test where the veterinary doctors are involved. And then when we see about, and the research, whenever the people are doing the research, any person are infected, our postgraduates or the research scholars. So that is also one of the caution in the research studies. Or the second one, as a stopper, test stopper, and then depopulation. So these are the two things just I would like to say. Anywhere, if in one of the village, like the 10 people are affected, what we have to do it before that in Africa, even still today, that colony itself, and then they will move for the other side. So this is the way we can do the depopulation. Still in African countries they are following this method. The next please. And as all of us we know about the prevention by treatment, once the disease comes, and then we have to do the treatment with vaccination or with medicines or with the quarantine depending on their symptoms and signs. Next please. Strategies and control, and then as we know very well, zoonosis and disease control and the vectors. I'm talking about here just we all of us do a concentration on the vectors. It may be a mosquitoes, it may be flies, it may be fly, because these are the one, and then it is transmitting a lot of diseases. Next please. And then how we are developing from the Government of India side and the strategies and control of zoonosis. As you know very well, now we are going on the Government of India, we are going on One Health here in the mainly under the National Center for Disease Control, and then we are taking the ICMR is one of the organization, and all the universities wherever they are doing the research activities, we are taking into that, and then we want to do the research to get a good molecules in the immunization part or to implement. So the second program is climatic change. So these are the two programs we have launched in the under NCDC in Government of India. As we know very well, the effective control of disease requires knowledge about its multifactorial association and removal of the weakest links to control a disease. And the infectious agents, as we know, the infectious agents with wider host range and vector host may prove more difficult to control the disease, like paragrams. Next please. As we all of us know, source of reservoir, we are talking about Ebola, and we are talking about Nipah, and then we have talked about H1N1. So these are all the things and the source of reservoirs. I hope you know one of the epidemic in Kerala, and then we have the 2 cases of Nipah has come. So that time we have caught all the monkeys also. We have taken the specimens from the brain of the monkeys. Then we have seen any of the source of reservoir is there or not. So this is important to know about where the source of reservoir. Then mode of transmission we should know, and then who are the susceptible hosts. The next please. Reservoir neutralization, and then we have to know all recent one, the last 15 days back. At Nellore, I hope you know very well that following about the newspapers, and there is avian flu. Avian flu, it was affected in the 2 villages of Nellore. So before that, the whole chickens are dying in one of the colony. Then they thought that no one knows about it, so they have digged the hole and then they kept it all the chickens. But it has transmitted to the neighboring chicken poultry. So there what we have done, we have culled all the animals in that the nearby centers, almost the 8 centers we have culled, and then all chickens have been buried in the ground so that avian flu will not be affected to the drinking water to avoid the coccidiosis in chickens. If any of the chicken, if they are getting some coccidiosis disease, that time we have to add the sulfonamines. This is a mass treatment and then we are giving to the chickens. The same way antibiotics and anti-helminthics, and then we have a deworming day. I hope everyone know about the February 10th. We are, the Government of India and all the states, we are celebrating a deworming day, NDD, National Deworming Day. So that day we are giving a deworming to all the population so that we can fight against the helminthic infections. The selective slaughter, as you know very well, the test and removal strategy only received the reactive animals are culled. Example, bovine tuberculosis we have done, and recently I said about the swine flu, about the avian flu too. And presumptive slaughter we may expect, so that in one colony and then maybe that disease is there, but other colonies also it should be prevented by sloughing. And the blanket slaughter, it is going to be spread if the incubation period is very less, and then it may go and then it may spread throughout the district, throughout the state, throughout the country. So that time we slough all the animals even in a group wise, that is called the blanket slaughter. And challenges, as you know very well, the initial cost of operation is very high, and compensation you know very well. The sloughing, the government may say you do the sloughing of your poultry, but the thing is after that we have to claim how many birds are there. For that the government has to give the compensation, and this is a compensation is also, it's a very big headache for the governments, and the high prevalence of the disease, replacement of stock is a problem. And hygiene and environmental, here wherever you go as students or other, so we have to give more preference to the hygiene and the sanitation. It may be a poultry, it may be a pig poultry, or it may be wherever the birds that gazing, or the zoo. And then because you are the one, and then you are the students over here, you are going to be a professors and then doing the jobs in the zoological, because this is zoological side, zoos and all. So you should know about our hygiene and environmental control. The first public health measure to apply on the population, implementation of the farm hygienic process and sanitary environment of the animals, sanitary controls in slaughterhouses, and proper ventilation and the cleaning water forms and pest control, and proper disposal of dead animals. Here just I would like to say any of the few of the dead animals are there, like in one poultry that the 3 to 4 or some 10 animals are died. So what they'll do, that they'll throw it out in any of the garbage. They shouldn't do it, because it may be having some infection. There are the particular rules are there for that, how to degradable, and then how about the depth we have to dig it, and then we have to do it. So these are the things, the awareness should be created and the strict rules to be implemented. And the personal hygiene, as you know very well, and the mass immunization, and then you know the susceptible animals in the population augments our herd immunity, epidemiologically relevant, immunologically effective, and operationally feasible and socially acceptable. And the vaccination, as we know very well, in the epidemiological interference, and then like a colonization, Campylobacter jejuni and E. coli. These are the two examples just I would like to give. And then when we introduce this one to digestive tract with the virulent Salmonella species and Campylobacter and jejuni and E. coli, and then we can do the experimentally in the poultry industry, suspension of endogenous intestinal microbes fed to 1 day old chicks prevent colonization of the digestive tract. The technique of the control has an advantage over prophylactic antibiotic chemotherapy. Antibiotic resistance is not encouraged. And control of vectors, and then as we know very well about the environmental measures, source reduction. We are talking about the source reduction still, and the people who are there, I mean for 3 days or 4 days the water we are getting, like in metropolitan cities, the people are storing the material, storing the water, that itself, and then it is creating a breeding site for the dengue or the mosquitoes, and then mosquitoes causes in turn the dengue. And drainage operations, and then the GHMC to wherever the municipal corporations are there in the rural, we have to we should see that the drainage operation should be proper, and then proper water management and proper disposal of waste material. And chemical measures, as we know very well, the DDT we are spraying, and then pyrethrum, and then DDT, organophosphorus poisoning, organophosphates, and then we are putting, and then stomach poisoning like sodium fluoride and Paris green, and fumigants like hydrogen cyanide and methyl bromide, and then we are doing the chemical measures for the vector control. And then anyway, the click, it's not coming. Go fast. Yeah, here, yeah, I'm here. This side. And as you know very well about the double clicking, about the pyrethrum spray, and you can't see, just go below, bit before. No, before. Yeah. As we know about anti-rodent measures, what we are doing. So these are the small pics. I would like to add it up. Next please. And biological control, and then as you know very well, and then now still we are leaving the gum-bishop fish in the lakes and all. Even our Hussain Sagar also we are leaving the gum-bishop fish. So this is the way of biological control we are doing for the vector control, and the fungi, and the protozoal, and the bacterial, and the genetic manipulation of insect vectors. Next please. And reservoir control, and then wild animals, the poison biting and the trapping, and this method we are following for the reservoir control also. The next please. And genetic improvements. Here I would like to request, because from here Institute of Genetics and other departments also there, how can we improve the genetic improvements we can do it. So as you know very well, with your all the universities, they have breeds of cattle in CZ zoonosis of African Dama, breed tolerant for trypanosomiasis. So this research has been done. FMD, foot mouth disease and TB in Ongole and HF cattle they have done. So we think the genetic improvements we have to do in the animals, so that we can the susceptibility it decreases and the resistance will increase to the infections. Next please. And distribution of pathogenic material, destruction of pathogenic material here, and then all the hospitals and wherever the labs, and then wherever the poultries are there, like in brucellosis, safe disposal of aborted fetus. This is the one, and then we are encouraging. And anthrax, safe disposal of carcass, echinococcus, dissection of dog feces and infected viscera from second host, and disinfection of contaminated sea. And health education, as we know very well, this is one of the international conferences, and then where we are talking for educating the people to exchange the views, so that we all together we can come and then sit together to have a healthy nation. So I'm not going for the challenges and then what we have, and the main, you know very well about the challenges, and deforestation of the other land. That's why the bear and the lions, the everything, all the wild animals are coming to our cities. And the second one is antimicrobial resistance. As if you go to the rural India, the RMPs and all the medical officers, they want to keep medicine which are cephalosporins or high grade antibiotics. So even some sneezing happens, some common cold. So with the paracetamol and cetirizine, and then it reduces, but they are giving augmentin, amoxicillin or any type of antibiotics. So with that, and then whenever that patient needs some medicine, that medicine doesn't work. So now it's a antimicrobial resistance is a challenge. So we all of us come together to fight against that, and intensified agriculture and livestock production and climatic change. Already the other departments also it's working closely on the climatic change and illegal and properly regulated wildlife trade. And challenges, I hope you have to go very challenges and control, just switched off orders. Yeah. And challenges, I don't want to speak about the challenges what we have. As you know very well, the disease in the animals identification, it's a challenge. And identification of zoonosis in humans, it's a challenge. And cooperation between the veterinary doctors and the medical doctors and research scholars, it's a challenge for us. And globalization, the people are traveling, international trade has gone up, and the international passengers are coming, and the world has become a very small. So even the diseases also in approach. Before that, the diseases are in Africa. We don't have in our continent. But Asian continent, the people, the US used to say, this disease, mainly tuberculosis and all, we don't have. But the people are moving very fast in a world has become a very small because of international airlines and other trade. So now the globalization itself, it's a challenge for us, and to have this to curtail the zoonotic diseases. And as we know very well, the new diseases are going to come. And like bovine spongiform encephalopathy, recently the SARS and MERS corona, it has come from the camels. And then these are the challenges we are facing, and the COVID is the one already we faced it. These are the new challenges we are facing it. And prioritization results in lack of resources in the research. Here just I would like to say the universities, the ICMR as compared to before, and then we are supporting a lot through the ICMR and National Control of NCDC. But in spite of that, even we should invest more financial support to the research institutions. So we have to encourage for the real research. It's not the copy and paste or someone has done from other country. What we need for our nation, and that research what we should encourage to the students, and I request everyone to do in a new era, and then we'll start in the research. And lack of knowledge, and livestock owners, you know very well, they don't know why the bird is dying. So we should create an awareness. This is also an important. And bacterial resistance to antibiotics in zoonotic infections. So with this, the 10 key policy recommendations to reduce the risk of, last one you can go, before that, And first, this is one stage to create the awareness, and then we have created. The second one is governance, and the third one is scientific inquiry. The fourth one is the host and monitor and regulations, incentives, and One Health approach. We have to do it for this, the capacity building and the research building to be done with the agriculture and wildlife and even in the human. So unless we come together, all the departments, then only One Health, we can achieve One Health as we have decided. So the One Health, the people who protect the human, animals and environmental health and other patterns, this is only possible with the coordination and communication and collaborating, so that we can achieve One Health. Thank you so much. And because just Dr. Sridevi has given a topic, I don't want to discuss on the topic, but wherever we are here. I have met the several guests. The few are the doctors and few are from the genetics, few are from the zoology and botany. We have divided the subjects, but the nature and our world, it's not divided. We are all one. We can't divide the human health from the woman health. We can't divide, because we are get together, we are living in this environment. So what we need it is, which is useful to the human beings, which is useful to protect our nature, our research should be. And yesterday also I was at Varanasi in one of the meeting. So it's not a research means we have done a copy and paste, or somewhere in some country they have done some research, and the same research we are doing. I request all the guests over here and all the persons, all the delegates, do your research which is useful to our country, which is useful to our nation. It may be a localized, it may be a state-wise, it may be a country-wise. So that, and then it may be in the animals, it may be in the plantation, it may be in the food grains, it may be in the nutrition, or it may be in the human beings, or it may be on the bacteria or fungi or anything. So how our health can improve as a one health. So we all together, we have to meet each other, and then we have to, interaction should be there in between the departments, and the government should support and all the research activities in all the departments, like not in a vertical manner, in the horizontal manner, and then when we work together, definitely we'll get as in one health. And with this, thank you so much, ma'am, for the scientific committee, and then to give this opportunity to me and to say the few words to my delegates where, and then I thought I'm interested which, and then madam is there from the genetics also, they are doing so many works, but the fruitful work what I'm encouraging, which is a new molecule, and the pharmaceuticals are there, the cancer treatments are there. Why we should copy from the US or anything? Why can't we do it? And then why they are doing the third trial and the second trial in our country? Why can't we develop the molecules? So it may be any of the industry, it may be the pharmacy industry, it may be the animal, it may be the husband, anywhere. Just what we need to our country, when we think in such a line, and definitely now the one health is possible, and then we can achieve it. So this is one platform as a one health. I'm not from your community, and then, but in spite of that, the scientific committee has called me, and then I have expressed, because I came here just to say this, one health is possible, but we all come together and then we'll succeed. With this positive note, thank you very much once again. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your informative and elaborative talk on challenges, control and interruption of transmission of genetic infections. Now I would like to invite Kaiser madam and Vijaya Kadir madam, Hema Prasad madam and Dr. Sureka, please come on to the dais to felicitate our keynote speaker. Now the break for lunch. I request all of you to join for lunch. After lunch, the session, next technical session will be followed. Thank you all for your participation in this program. Thank you.
WEC is requesting all the faculty not teaching to join the lunch. NSS, NCC, ఎవరెవరు ఉన్నారో ఇక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళకి మాత్రమే
ఆకంటికి పెడుతున్నాం సార్ తర్వాత
నిన్నే ఉండదు
ఇక్కడనే ఇవ్వాలి ప్రిన్సిపల్ ఇంకా చాలా మంది నేను వాళ్ళకి చెప్పిన ఈ మరి అలా
ఓకే ఇదిగో రిమోట్ కూడా
హలో 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 ఎవరు
లొకేషన్ పంపించారు నేను వచ్చి చూసి చెప్తాను లొకేషన్
None of them mature into a proper size. All will be tiny. They don't mature, they don't ovulate. Okay. And because of that, all the ovarian stroma produces male type of hormones. Okay. So her ovaries become polycystic ovaries. Like you see a circle, like a necklace over the periphery of the ovary. So that is one sign. And because of the increased amount of male hormone in a woman's body, okay, every woman, every boy has a certain amount of male and female hormones in their bodies. The problem comes only when the proportion changes. So if a girl has more male hormones because of PCO, because of this hormonal disturbance, she will have hair growth on her body, she will become fat, she will have pimples, she will have hair growth in unusual areas like on the upper lip, on the chin and all. So this is called PCOS. Any two of these three. She may not have polycystic ovaries, she can have just signs of increased male hormone and irregular cycles, or she have any of the two, a combination of two. Scientifically, that is when you call it as a PCOS. Next. So, did I scare you about mentioning PCO? Are you scared now? No? Why? Why aren't you scared? You do not have PCO? Oh, so you're not scared. But your sister or your cousin might be having, na? So what do you tell them? What do you tell them? You tell them there's a doctor who has come to our college today. She said PCO is reversible, treatable. How do you reverse it? By eating healthy diet and by exercising regularly. It is as simple as that. If a girl loses 5% of her body weight, supposing she is 50 kgs, what is 5%? 2.5 kgs. I'm not asking you to lose drastically, okay? If she loses 5 to 10% of her body weight also, her hormones will become regular. So what is the treatment of PCOS? Please eat healthy diet. What do I mean healthy diet? Eat a lot of vegetables, fruits if you can, high fiber foods, cut down on your oil intake and on your carbohydrate. Oil you all know, your sunflower oil and all. You should teach your moms to cook curries and make dosas with very little oil. You should educate her. You tell her, because of the oil you are using, I am getting PCOS. Okay? Because of the amount of oil you are using, my cholesterol is increasing. I am gaining weight. Okay? You should teach your moms, because she may not be educated. She will not know all this. You as educated girls should go and tell your friends and your moms and all about usage of less. Then take a lot of vegetables. It need not be broccoli or anything like that. Local vegetables, good local vegetables, local fruits, reggayalu, jamkayalu, okay, dosakayalu, all this, okay. Exercise. I do not have place to exercise, madam. What do I do? Should I go to the ground? It's so far away. No. Use a skipping rope, do static jogging, exercise wherever you are. Wherever you are, please exercise. Walk to the college, brisk walking, or walk in front of your get up in the morning 6:30. That is a safe time. Walk, brisk walk. Just do rounds in your wherever you in your locality. Okay. So that is the treatment of PCOS. If it doesn't get corrected, go to a doctor. She will give you some medication for it. Next slide, please. So this, I want you all to hold these 1 kg dumbbells or water bottles and do some strength exercises, okay? And do some aerobic exercise. What is aerobic? Jog. Just do spot jogging. You have a nice college, so much place is there. Come on, join in sports, join in NCC, join and then do exercise. So I would like to touch a little bit of hypothyroidism, because hypothyroid has become very, very common these days. So how do you detect it? Suddenly, without eating much also, you start gaining weight. You are feeling lethargic, feeling very sleepy, your skin is becoming dry. Why am I feeling so sleepy and weak? I'm not feeling like doing anything, not feeling like, and everybody is telling me that you are putting on weight and all. Please go check your thyroid function test. T3, T4, TSH. Okay? that don't wait till the disease strikes you. Go get your T3, T4, TSH done tomorrow so that you know that it is normal. If it is not normal, please see a doctor. Next slide, please. Yeah, contraceptives. Why am I touching on contraceptives? I would like to know, all young girls and boys, the need for contraception. This is a country where AIDS or HIV is very, very prevalent. How do you prevent it? By using male condoms. They prevent pregnancies and also sexually transmitted diseases. So condoms are the easiest contraception. Any person who is married or who is indulging in sexual activities, they should take care, they should use protection so that they do not fall prey for sexually transmitted diseases like AIDS. Okay? Got it? HPV, by the way, is also sexually transmitted. So you will not fall prey to AIDS, you will not fall prey to diseases like gonorrhea and cancer cervix. So please be careful and use protection. The other thing is hormonal pills. When you get married, you don't want to get a baby just now. Go to your doctor, talk what contraceptives are available in the market. And please, hormonal pills, by the way, are given to regularize your menstrual cycle also. If a gynecologist prescribes pills, don't think she's doing something wrong. She's just correcting your hormonal imbalance. Next slide, please. Yeah, just one, not to scare you all, but since we have a vaccine for cervical cancer, the lower part of the uterus is called cervix, and cervical cancer is very, very common in India. Cervical cancer is one cancer which can be eradicated. Have you eradicated smallpox? Yes, we have eradicated. We are almost eradicating polio. These smallpox and polio are also due to a virus. So we have found out good vaccines, and now smallpox, I don't think you have ever taken smallpox vaccine also. I took it when I was a baby because it was not eradicated by then. But now it is so totally eradicated, we are not even giving a vaccine. Cervical cancer is one cancer which can be, I don't know if anyone has seen cancer in your families, that is one cancer which can be totally abolished. It can be totally eradicated. How do you do that? By taking HPV vaccine. Next slide, please. And by getting your pap smears regularly. From the age of 11 onwards, any girl or boy can take HPV vaccine. Why do boys need to take HPV vaccine? Because HPV vaccine, mostly it causes cervical cancer, but even in boys it causes some cancers like anal cancer, penile cancer, oral cancer. So since we have a vaccine, and now Government of India with Serum Institute in Pune has come out with a cheaper version of HPV vaccine, which is called Sarvavac. All girls and boys above 15 should take 3 doses. If you are below 14, your younger baby sister who is just 11 or 12 may need 2 doses of HPV vaccine. You and your older siblings may need 3 doses, but please take the vaccine. You can take it till you reach the age of 45. It's usually advocated to get the vaccine done before you get married. After that also you can take, but the protection is more if you take earlier. And taking the vaccine is not 100% sure. I've taken a vaccine, I will not get my pap smear done. That is a big no. You have to get your HPV test done every 5 years. All women who have taken the vaccine also should get HPV testing every 5 years or pap smear every 3 years. Next slide, please. Next slide. And as we are dealing it with cervical cancer, as we are thinking it's an underdeveloped country, my goodness, what is this? We have so much cervical cancer. Breast cancer is catching up. It's showing its full-blown effect these days due to various reasons. Due to our lifestyle changes, due to the body fat that we have. See, body fat is not just fat. Body fat is also an endocrine organ which secretes hormones. There are so many hormones secreted by your body fat. So please don't become obese. Like people like me are struggling a little to lose those that fat and those kilos. But young girls like you, please be careful not to become fat, not to accumulate your body fat, because it will disturb your entire hormonal system. Body fat, okay. And it is also one of the, we are thinking that is also one of the causes for a few cancers like breast cancer. Okay, breast cancer has many causes, like it could be, I will not go into the causes, but what I want you girls to know is you should be breast aware. That is, you should know how your breasts look like. There are so many YouTube videos on breast self-examination, inspection. How do you inspect? In front of a mirror, you should see the size, shape, how your breasts are, and there are so many videos. Okay, then palpation. You should touch your breast, see if there's any. How do you do it? With the flat of your hand. So please go through a YouTube video on breast self-examination every month. First, or immediately after your periods, the day your periods stop, the next day when you are having a shower, please examine your breasts. If you notice something abnormal, please reach out immediately to a doctor. So this is what I want you to know. And for the little more senior who are above 40 and all, I recommend them to undergo mammography, breast mammography. So you should go tell your moms, your aunts and all who are above 40, this is how you should do. This is how you should do breast self-examination. This is how you should go. There is a, in the middle there is one more called clinical breast examination, which is done by a doctor. So if you have any doubt, go to a doctor. If you feel any lump and all, not only you, your aunts, uncles, breast cancer, believe me, is increasing very rapidly, very rapidly. The incidence has become too much. It's a huge burden to the family as well as to the society. So catch the disease young. If you catch it in the early, boys, are you paying attention? Boys also can get breast cancer, which is, male breast cancer is even more invasive than female breast cancer. Please tell your sisters, your mothers, your aunts, breast cancer awareness. See, talk about some topics which are useful to the society and with your friends also. Okay, apart from what you all talk about these issues also, so that you will be safe, you're healthy. In turn, your families need not bear the burden of your treatment costs and all. It will become a healthier societies on the whole. Thank you. I hope I could drill in some points into your brains. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita Garu. Actually, it's full of knowledge and information, and both for boys and girls, and men and women here. In fact, knowledge, is empowerment, and I mean, this is one lecture which has empowered us. But I don't have time to comment, but only one thing I would like to say that, women may be discouraged by parents and the society because of the reproductive system. The reproductive problems women or young girls have. But this kind of information and her own example, her own development, she has become a great, doctor, gynecology. So her own example, how she has, because of knowledge, she has overcome all those problems and developed. So we don't have much time, but if you have some questions, please ask. And I only start with, what is PCOD and PCOS? What is the difference, please?
Normally we use it interchangeably. There is a slight difference, technical difference actually. If it is more advanced, serious, you call it PCOS. Syndrome is different from a disease. We have to use PCOD and not PCOS. But because PCOS is a more popular term than PCOD, we are let it be there, not much of a difference. Anyone here has any questions? Girls or boys? Ekkinda cheppindi. Ekkinda. You will take care, you will take self-care. Periods and intlo kurchoddu. Don't skip classes. Okay. Pain ekku unte Meftol spas vaadandi. Pain taggistadi, bleeding taggistadi. But after food, 2 tablets per day varaku okay. For 3 or 4 days it is okay. Come. I am also a girl. I also had these problems. I overcame. In spite of these problems, I have become successful. I topped my classes all around. I have become a doctor. Merit. We have competed with boys. We have. So, girls, you also, in spite of your physiological differences, in spite of periods, in spite of childbearing, I have 2 children. So, in spite of all that, we could reach at certain level with our grit and determination, but you should take help so that you can achieve your goals. Okay, bye everybody.
Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Thank you, madam, for your elaborative and informative talk. Now we would like to felicitate Dr. Anita madam with a memento. So I request our chairperson to felicitate madam. Thank you, madam. Okay. Okay, madam, please. Good afternoon, everybody. Now we have a talk of Dr. Atya Kaple. Her talk is on role of women in achieving sustainable development goals. Now I would like to, it's a pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Atya Kaple. She is a Chief Scientist, Head Environmental Biotechnology and Genomic Division, CSIR, Niri, Nehru Morgue, Nagpur. And she is the Vice President of Asia Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, a program unit of UNESCO. Next speaker. And her key achievements are establishing network projects with national as well as international complementing expertise, member of committees with advisory and policy making groups, taking lab scale work into field, in situ drain treatment of 6 drains at Prayagraj, 10 drains and Gorakhpur, Renu technology licensed for rupees 2 crores. Team leader for that organization. She is using omics tools to link diverse xenobiotics to functional and taxonomical components of microbial diversity of target polluted NICs, and so on. Now I invite Dr. Atya to present her talk on role of women in achieving sustainable development goals.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Can somebody confirm if they can hear me? Then I'll continue with my talk.
Yes, madam, audible. Your talk is audible. Please proceed, madam.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Sridevi, for inviting me, and a big thank you to the principal and staff of the government city colleges, all the participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, I could not join you in person because I have some other commitment here in Nagpur tomorrow. Just give me 1 minute to share my screen. So today we are actually, the International Women's Day was on 8th of March, and in continuation we are celebrating women empowerment and the sustainable development goals. These are the sustainable development goals, and the timeline for these goals is 2030. So looking at the status of the main goal that we are talking about today, that is number 5 of gender equality, it seems hardly possible that we are going to be achieving this by 2030. So women not only contribute in goal number 5, but in all of these goals, the contribution of women is very important. Leadership given to women in all of these can only help in achieving these goals. There are basically 3 pillars of sustainability: environment, social, and economic. Women are extremely natural caregivers, and we have an inherent capacity, to help to take care of the environment, to teach the young next generation, and take care basically of the economics. You practice doing this in your house, so all the women are natural caregivers and can manage this. I'll give you 2 examples of how women are working in the water sector. The government of Orissa has started a program called Jal Sathi. This is empowering women for water secured cities. So you can see in the picture the Chief Minister, he has recruited so many women as Jal Sathis, and they work in the water sector department. So that what they do is, you don't have to be very highly educated to be a part of this endeavor. Just a basic education works in this area. They can just take in women, they help them with the metering. They have a small group that goes door to door and collects the water bills, the revenue. They generate these bills, and so it gives a small time employment to these women. They can become economically independent, and they can also control their timings. Like normally when we work in a college, in an institute, we are working 9 to 5, and that takes a big toll on us, and many women drop out of their careers because of this demand on their time, especially when they need to when they do not have help basically to raise their families. So this kind of endeavors allows the women to operate on flexible timings and still become economically independent. So I think most of the other states need to take a lesson from Orissa and start these kind of programs. Another example is, from a small village in Tamil Nadu. So this Nagar Nadi river was the main lifeline of this village, and the occupation basically being agriculture. But in India there is hardly any river that is left that is basically unpolluted, and management of rivers is going down, and so this river is also dying out. Because of that, the economy of that village got affected, and they were reaching into poverty. Most of the men, they take the easy way out, take alcohol, and then they make things worse. Whatever little money they earn, they spend in the alcohol. So finally the women of this village decided to do something. They used very simple technologies. They just dug holes into the river path, and so whenever it rained, the groundwater levels came up. And in this way, just a group of women with no formal education could manage to rejuvenate a whole river and restore the economy of the place. So this is what women can do when they are challenged. There are many examples like this Chipko movement. This is a very popular movement from 1987. It is going on. So let us look at what are the challenges. Why are we not able to reach these sustainable development goals? Why I say that we cannot reach them up to 2030. Even though the women are natural primarily caregivers, their time for official work time becomes very limited because they are raising kids. They have social and cultural pressures, lack of support. Many of us who are working women who are attending this conference, we are very lucky. We have a support system. We were raised parents who were dynamic, who allowed us to come out, and who did not let us feel that there is being a woman can take you back, not allow you to reach your dreams. So we are the lucky lot, but there are a lot of people who cannot get into, do not have this kind of a support, and they drop out. Many do not get opportunities. They don't have, like, say, networking problems. And a major thing is safety and security for women. When you have to travel long distances and you don't have the safety or the security, many parents would not be too happy. The young lady also would not be too comfortable in taking up jobs that do that. So the list is, it can go on and on, but we will look at now why, what happens to leadership roles. So whenever we say leadership, we look at as a position of power, as a director, as the group leader, as the minister, or the bank manager, corporate sector leadership. So that is one form of leadership, but leadership should not be only mistaken with a position of power. A woman should first learn to handle leadership in herself, be a leader in her thoughts and her actions, in the way she takes challenges of life that are thrown to her, and slowly then work towards the position of power. So like I said, being economically independent is very important. Education is of course a birthright of every human being. So this should not be denied to women. Mostly in the rural sector you do not see this happening at this point of time. Maybe several decades ago, 50 years ago, this was not the scene, but today I think that we have moved very progressively with urban India. But then of course there is the urban and the rural divide. The privileges that are there for the urban women are not available to the women from the rural areas. So those kind of things has to be, India still needs to be working on them, so that every woman can become economically independent. It's not about the money, it is about having the privilege to decide for yourself, to not be a dependent. This is why economic importance is so important. And not only they become economically important, they contribute to the country, to the Atmanirbhar policy that we would like to see. So psychologically, you have to determine your own self-worth. Right now, if you are not able to reach a position of power, you need to work on yourself and ensure leadership within yourself. And get that freedom to choose your life path. That is leadership. That is real leadership. Having the freedom to be able to decide what you want to do. Not everybody needs to, be a working woman on a job. The woman should decide exactly what she wants to do, whether she wants to go out and work, whether she wants to stay home and look after her family, whether she wants to be a sarpanch, whether she wants to get into politics. Whatever it is, it has to be her choice that helps her improve her self-worth. And daily we know that women are, breaking the glass ceiling. They are, of course, doing that. So there are many papers we can find, that are still explaining the persistence of the glass ceiling for women leaders. And I think this will continue to happen until we encourage more and more women. All of us sitting here in this conference are all senior ladies who have followed their dream and become something. We need to act as role models to the younger generation and help them, not to back down or to keep on following their dreams. And this is what the Organization of Women in Science in the Developing World, the OWSD, does. It empowers the women in science. You can see what is happening here in this graph, which you can see, that when you have at the undergraduate and postgraduate levels, you have higher number of females seen by the blue line. But as you go, as life goes on and people go ahead in their life, in the years, you can see that the female ratio drops and the male ratio increases. So this is what is called a leaky pipeline. A leaky pipeline because by that time, the female students are ready to do their PhD, or they get into research or get into jobs. This is the time of the marriageable age in our country. And so many of them, take a back seat, they drop out, and then some of them are never able to come back into this. And this is where OWSD, comes in, helps, and they have fellowships for the lesser developed countries. And I'm sure there are many members of OWSD sitting in the audience. I know for sure that a past president, Dr. Kaisar Jamil, who also is my mother, who is also my role model, is also sitting in the audience. And it is actually because of her that I was able to take this path, and along with science, along with my research, focus into how we can get more women into the workforce, make more women independent, and give them a better way of life. So OWSD is an organization that helps us achieve all these kind of goals. And for those of you who have not joined OWSD, it's free. You can just Google it and register and take part in this very important and initiative that needs to be there to take care of women empowerment. So it helps a lot of women from developing countries take the benefit of science and technology and grow. They provide fellowships to the lesser developed countries. Thankfully, we in India, we have a lot of government programs and we are able to support many of our students, And OWSD helps to target people who are not, so fortunate. But they develop a beautiful networking system, across the globe, because we have different regions that are there in OWSD. We cover developing countries from the Arab world, from the Africa, from Latin America, the Caribbean, and the Asia Pacific. And you can see there are so many success stories. And here you can see Huda. She now is the Vice President of the Arab regions. She has worked so hard to come up to this level. We in India, we try to do as many programs as we can to take up this theme of women empowerment. And this is, for example, one which we had done online, where we talked of gender parity. This is the president of OWSD, Dr. Jennifer, and we had a very high panel of leaders, who can. The idea basically was so that all the points can reach the ears of the leaders who can help us to take this forward. So you can see Dr. Swaminathan, I don't need to tell you who she is, and Dr. Renu Swarup, who was the secretary of the Department of Biotechnology, which is the Ministry of Science and Technology. Asia Pacific, the region which we represent has about 22 countries. They are all of them are members who work with us, and when we discuss with them, they have the same cultural and social challenges that are there in India. They are the same in Africa, in Arab, in Latin America, across Asia. And basically, when you have a lesser income families, they always prioritize the boys over the girls' education. Even though we keep saying that, education is every human being's birthright, not necessarily a girl or boy, but every human being has a right of education. But despite all that, there are still, like I showed you in the earlier slide, there is a leaky pipeline when young ladies, they succumb to the social pressures and they take a back seat. So we need to work against, all these challenges. We have national chapters in each of the countries that are there, and the national chapter of OWSD of India is sitting right there in Hyderabad, and I'm pretty sure that many of the members are attending this conference on the invitation of Dr. Sridevi. So I just wanted to highlight some things that the Government of India is doing for women in science. So there is an initiative from the Ministry of Science and Technology where they give fellowships to women who want to come back and join after a career break, especially for those who have worked for some time and then taken a career break, and then after they finish their family and children's responsibilities, they want to come back. So they give, the ministry gives a specific grant. You have a fellowship, like a salary, and then they also give you an additional grant to carry out your research. In some programs, it is up to 45 years of age. This particular program was up to 45, but the Department of Science and Technology has a number of such categories which are open to many people. And they have supported, you see, so many different fields, plant and agriculture, bioengineering, environment, medical, all of them. Whatever fields are there, they are all open for application. These are some pictures of, felicitations carried out by the Department of Biotechnology. They help you to interact with Nobel laureates and people who have done very well in their research, and they give you, different categories. Even the senior category, you can get some awards. Even in the young categories, you can get awards. So basically, we come down to this question is, are we really reaching this basic human right? The timeline, like I told you in the beginning, for achieving gender equality is 2030, which is just 6 years from now. So I'm sure, unfortunately, I'm not there in person there, so I cannot see your reactions, and I would have loved your inputs on this. What is your opinion? Whether you really think that we can reach this goal or not. But we have to remember that a nation's growth and progress gets hampered by this discrimination. So it's not only our mandate that we would want our women sisters to come into the workforce, but it is the requirement of the nation, because ultimately a society is only built on two pillars, men and women, and if one of the pillars is weak, then the whole society crumbles and the ecosystem gets ruined. There was a very interesting report by an organization called McKinsey. It's a global institute, and it reported that you can add $12 trillion into the global GDP by 2025 if you advance women's equality. So 2025 is just next year, which is really, I don't know how much progress has happened. But surely by India, at least we have to set a target, say another 20 years, that we should close this gap and contribute in the nations. After all, we are the most populated country in the globe today. And so we need to also help and contribute in our nation's growth. If you just Google, gender equality and how to promote gender equality, Google is filled with all kinds of, suggestions. And how many of these actually get taken down, that is what is important. So this is why conferences like this are important, because there is an outreach that needs to, our voices need to be heard. The points that are hampering the progress needs to be heard by everybody, by all the leaders, by all the people, so they actually can do something about it. There is actually, the United Nations has actually come up, and they are taking this very seriously, this goal number 5, and so they have come up with an index, how to calculate the index. So even though this methodology is given here, you have to look at, the life and good health of a woman. You look at the education and the skill building, of a lady. You need to calculate, the labor and the financial inclusion, which means basically a job. Because, if you say women in the workforce, it means when you get paid for your work. Because most of the women who are working, but it is called unpaid labor, because they are working at home, they look after the entire house, they cook, they clean, they wash, they do all those things, but that is unpaid labor. So we are looking at how many of those women are financially independent. Are the women participating in decision making, not only in their jobs, in their homes? And most important, freedom from violence, which is very sadly a very big drawback in developing, I think, all across the world, not only developing countries, but yes. So based on this, there is a Women Empowerment Index, and till today I have not been able to find anybody who has in India who has actually worked on these indices, because survey needs to be conducted first, and we need to come up with this, but this is something that hasn't really been taken. So I'll just end with, what can we do? What can we do as citizens of the country, as women who want to be role models for the younger generation? So the first and important thing is support each other. I have read in so many places that it is always said that women are women's greatest enemies. So this is something, mindset that needs to come out. We need to support each other. Of course, I've said it enough. Education, social and cultural. We have a big divide between rural and urban. And networking, support for childcare. Many women cannot come back to work because not have childcare support. And women, like, it is our natural tendency. Our priority is always our child. And no woman would like to leave a sick child and go away to work. So we need this. This is something that a community needs to develop. And of course, there is a lot of bias about, working mothers. Other women also, trouble them by, not supporting them. There are people who don't want to hire, working mothers because they know that, the mother needs to also take care of the child. So this is a cultural norm that really needs to be. And security, we cannot say it enough. You just imagine in the rural background, we don't even have schools, proper schools in all the villages. And many of the schools in the villages are only up to primary. And so if, the girl needs to take a higher education, she needs to travel long distances to some other village. And most of the mothers, they do not encourage that because we see how many, violence against women occur. Every day in the paper we read this. So without, this kind, so they needs to be treated as a human being before, we can talk of bigger things. So this is something that only women can get together. Teach your sons that their sister is also a human and their friends also are. Respect for women is something. So taking the, elevating women into leadership roles, that is the next, challenge. I'll just show you a small initiative what we did at our workplace at Miri. So we have here Dr. Lal Singh. He rejuvenates degraded land by plantation and gives livelihood to the women who take care of this. Development of women's organizations and cooperative groups is very essential. And my request to all of you, get involved and make a difference. Don't just take a back seat and imagine that the world is going to move ahead. It will not without your cooperation. So don't expect that women, reaching any leadership position is going to be a cakewalk. You have to work really hard because the society is already disbalanced, and which is why the Sustainable Development Goals have this particular goal of gender parity. So get involved and make a difference. Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Sridevi. I hope that you could have heard the presentation without too much of a glitch.
Yes, madam. Thank you for your valuable information, madam. Thank you very much. It is very useful for our girl students to become leaders, tomorrow's leaders. Thank you. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, everybody. I will sign out now.
Any questions from audience? Yes, sign out type in.
Actually, we should thank Sridevi Garu for not having dropped online, presentations. I think enough is enough. I mean, that was more than, in fact, I was surprised. Where was she speaking from? She said she's there. So I am very happy that we should thank, again for, not dropping, but including such a lecture actually. But most of us know the sustainable goals. I think, maybe, and we did not have her here to reduce the time. So, sorry that we had entire lecture. Thank you very much.
Now I invite Dr. Vedavati Madam and Dr. Sujata Madam to coordinate the next session, that is gender issues related to family, social and cultural aspects. For this session, the keynote address given by the Belli Yadaya sir. Now I request Sujata Madam to introduce Belli Yadaya sir.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఈరోజు మధ్యాహ్న సదస్సు టెక్నికల్ సదస్సు ప్రారంభమవుతుంది. గౌరవనీయులైన ప్రిన్సిపల్ గారికి, వచ్చిన అతిథులకు, మా తోటి అధ్యాపక బృందానికి అందరికీ నా నమస్కారం. విద్యార్థులందరికీ నా ఆశీస్సులు. 3 రోజుల అంతర్జాతీయ సదస్సు ప్రారంభమైంది. ఇది చరిత్రలోనే సువర్ణాక్షరాలతో లిఖించదగిన రోజు. ఎందుకంటే ఏవీసీ కూడా ఇంత పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఈ కార్యక్రమం చేపట్టలేదు. ఇది ఫస్ట్ టైం. ప్లీజ్ గివ్ ఎ బిగ్ హ్యాండ్ టు డాక్టర్ శ్రీదేవి మేడం అండ్ మన ప్రిన్సిపల్ సార్ అండ్ ఆల్ ద స్టాఫ్ మెంబర్స్, ఎన్సిసి క్యాడెట్స్ అందరూ. ఎందుకంటే భాగ్యనగరానికే మణిహారం మన సిటీ కళాశాల. ఆ సిటీ కళాశాలలో WECకి ఒక ప్రత్యేక స్థానం ఉంది. మేము మా విద్యార్థులకు ఎన్నో మోటివేషనల్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కానీ, పర్సనాలిటీ డెవలప్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కానీ, ఎంగేజ్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్, స్వయం ఉపాధి పథకాలు కానీ ఎన్నో అమలు చేస్తున్నాం. మా ప్రిన్సిపల్ గారి నాయకత్వంలో, మా శ్రీదేవి మేడం ప్రోత్సాహంతో 7 మంది సభ్యులం ఉన్నాం వీఈసీలో. మరి మా కళాశాలలో మహిళా అధ్యాపకులు కూడా ఎక్కువ మందే సుమా. అంతేకాదు ఇంకొక విశేషం అంటే మా సోదరులు అధ్యాపకులు కూడా మాకు అన్ని విధాలా సహకరిస్తారు. ఇక్కడ మొన్న మార్చి 8 ఉమెన్స్ డే రోజు, 7th రోజు చిన్న ప్రోగ్రాం పెట్టుకున్నాం. అక్కడ బాయ్స్ అందరూ చాలా చక్కగా మాట్లాడారు. ఏమన్నారంటే, మా ఇంట్లో మా చెల్లెళ్ళు అక్కలు సీట్ రాలేదని, ఈ విషయంలో మేము సక్సెస్ కాలేదని ఏడుస్తుంటారు మేడం. మేము వాళ్ళని ప్రోత్సహిస్తుంటాం. ఏం కాదు, నెక్స్ట్ టైం రాయి, నీకు తప్పకుండా సీట్ వస్తుందని. ఆడపిల్లల కంటే మగపిల్లలు ముందుగా వచ్చి మాట్లాడారు. అది మాకు చాలా సంతోషం అనిపించింది. సావిత్రిబాయి పూలే లాంటి వాళ్ళు విద్యను చేపట్టకపోతే మీరందరూ ఇంత జీతాలు తీసుకొని ఇంత చక్కగా తయారయ్యి అధ్యాపకులు కాలేకపోయేవారు సుమా అని కూడా ఒక విద్యార్థి అన్నాడు. అంటే నాన్న అవును కరెక్టే. మరి ఎంతోమంది కష్టపడితేనే స్త్రీ ముందుకొచ్చింది. ఒకప్పుడు మాతృస్వామిక వ్యవస్థ ఉండేది గౌతమిపుత్ర శాతకర్ణి కాలం నుంచి. తర్వాత మెల్లగా పితృస్వామిక వ్యవస్థగా మారిపోయింది. తర్వాత స్త్రీ శక్తికి మించింది సమానమైనది లేదు. నన్ను అడిగితే ప్రకృతిలో స్త్రీ పురుషులు సమానమే. స్త్రీ లేనిది పురుషులు లేడు, పురుష శక్తి లేనిది స్త్రీ శక్తి లేదు. అయితే ఈ విధంగా చూస్తే మా వీఈసీలో విద్యార్థులు, మా ఉమెన్ క్యాడెట్స్ ఎంతోమంది ఢిల్లీ పెరేడ్కి వెళ్తున్నారు, తర్వాత అడ్వెంచరర్ క్యాంప్స్కి వెళ్తున్నారు, ఎంతోమంది ఎంటర్ప్రీనర్స్గా ఎదుగుతున్నారు. మా కళాశాలలో స్త్రీ శక్తి చాలా గొప్పది సుమా. అయితే మనం కనుక చూస్తే ఇప్పుడు మధ్యాహ్న సదస్సులో టాపిక్ చాలా చక్కని అంశం, జెండర్ ఇష్యూస్, ఫ్యామిలీ, సోషల్ అండ్ కల్చరల్ ఆస్పెక్ట్స్. అయితే జెండర్ ఇష్యూస్ అన్నప్పుడు చూస్తే రుద్రమదేవికే తప్పలేదు. తండ్రి చాలా రోజులు ఆమెకు పురుష వేషం వేసి ఒక పురుషుడిగా పెంచాడు. తర్వాత ఆమె రాణిగా ఎదిగితే సామంతరాజులు అందరూ కూడా ఆమె మీద దండెత్తి ఆమె రాజ్యాన్ని తీసుకోవాలని చూశారు. మరి ఫ్యామిలీ ఇష్యూస్లో పొద్దున పీటీ రెడ్డి గారు చెప్పారు, ఆస్తి విషయాల్లో ఇప్పుడు స్త్రీకి ఆస్తి హక్కు వచ్చింది కానీ ఎవ్వరు బ్రదర్స్ కూడా ఆస్తి ఇవ్వడానికి ముందుకు రావట్లేదు. చాలామంది పల్లెటూళ్ళలో అన్నా చెల్లెళ్ళ మధ్య కొట్లాటలు, ఫ్యామిలీ ఇష్యూస్ అనేవి ఆస్తి తగాదాల్లో ఇంకా ఉంటున్నాయి. సరే, బాగా డబ్బున్న వాళ్ళు ఆడపిల్లకు మగపిల్లకు సమానంగా ఆస్తి రాస్తున్నారు కానీ కొన్ని మధ్యతరగతి కుటుంబాల్లో ఇప్పుడు భూముల ధరలు బాగా పెరిగిపోయిన తర్వాత ఎప్పుడో తండ్రులు రాసిచ్చిన ఆస్తిలోంచి ఆడపిల్లకి ఇవ్వమంటే ఇవ్వట్లేదు. ఆర్థికంగా ఆమె వెనకబడి ఉంటే అన్న మరి నాకు కూడా రావాలి కదా ఆస్తి హక్కు అని అంటే మేము ఇయ్యం, పెళ్లి చేసి పంపించినంత ఇంకెందుకు నీకు ఆస్తి అని అంటున్నారు. పొద్దున సార్ చెప్పారు ఎన్నో కోర్టు ఇష్యూస్ అనేవి జరుగుతున్నాయని. ఇంకా జెండర్ ఇష్యూస్ అనేవి చాలా ఉన్నాయి, ఎక్కడ పోలేదు సుమా. మన యూపీ లాంటి చోట్ల ఇంకా ఉమెన్ ఏదో కట్టలేదన్నామని అర్ధనగ్నంగా వీధికి ఇచ్చి బాధిస్తున్నారు. ఎందుకంత నైత్యం, ఎందుకంత దురహంకారం? దాన్ని మనం ఎదిరించలేమా? ఇంకా ఈక్వాలిటీ, ఇంకా ఉమెన్ ఎప్పుడో ఆల్రెడీ ఎంపవర్ అయిపోయింది. ఉంది. ఎవరు మమ్మల్ని ఎంపవర్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. అసలు ఉమెన్ లేకపోతే ఏ సమాజమే లేదు. కానీ ఇంకా ఆమె మీద అరాచకత్వాలు, దాడులు అనేవి జరుగుతున్నాయి. దాన్ని మనందరం ఖండించాలి. పురుషులు స్త్రీలు ఏకమై ఆరోగ్యవంతమైన సమాజాన్ని మనం ముందుకు తీసుకుపోవాలి. మనం అందరం కలిసి యూత్ని ఎంపవర్ చేయాలని నేను అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఇప్పుడు కీనోట్ స్పీకర్గా డాక్టర్ బెల్లి యాదవ్ గారిని వేదిక మీదకి సగౌరవంగా ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాను. అత్యంత ప్రతిభాశాలి కవి, రచయిత, జర్నలిస్ట్, మోటివేషనల్ స్పీకర్. వారికి చప్పట్లతో స్వాగతం చెప్పమని విద్యార్థులను కోరుతున్నాను. సార్ చక్కని మోటివేషనల్ స్పీకర్. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్కరూ సమాజం నాకేమిస్తుంది అనుకుంటారు, కానీ సమాజానికి నేను ఇవ్వాలి అన్న ఆలోచన సార్లో వచ్చింది. పిల్లలకేం కావాలి, పిల్లలేమవుతారు అన్న ఆలోచనతో ఆయన అనేక పుస్తకాలు రాస్తున్నారు. తన మోటివేషనల్ స్పీచెస్ ద్వారా యూత్ని చాలా వరకు ఆరోగ్యవంతమైన సమాజ నిర్మాణం కోసం ఆయన పాటుపడుతున్నారు. వారి విద్యాభ్యాసం మొత్తం పుట్టి శ్రీరాములు యూనివర్సిటీ రాజమండ్రి ద్వారా జరిగింది. వారు పిహెచ్డి పట్టాను అక్కడే సాధించారు. ప్రస్తుతం వారు రామన్నపేట, యాదగిరి, భువనగిరి డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ గవర్నమెంట్ ప్రభుత్వ కళాశాల ప్రిన్సిపల్గా పనిచేస్తున్నారు. అనేక సంస్థల్లో వారికి మెంబర్షిప్ ఉంది. అంతేకాకుండా ఇంటర్మీడియట్ టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ రైటింగ్లో కూడా వారు ప్రథమ పాత్ర వహిస్తున్నారు. 21 ఏళ్ళ అపూర్వమైన అదే టీచింగ్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ ఉంది. గవర్నమెంట్ జూనియర్ కాలేజ్ బాయ్స్ నల్గొండలను, మహాత్మా గాంధీ యూనివర్సిటీ నల్గొండ అక్కడ పనిచేశారు. తెలుగు సబ్జెక్ట్ కమిటీకి మెంబర్గా ఉన్నారు. ఎడిటోరియల్ బోర్డ్ చిల్డ్రన్ లిటరేచర్కి మెంబర్గా ఉన్నారు. టెక్స్ట్ బుక్ రైటింగ్ కమిటీ స్టేట్ బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ మెడికల్ హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ మహారాష్ట్ర 2011 ఆ సంస్థకు మెంబర్గా ఉన్నారు. బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ స్టడీస్ తెలుగు ఎన్జీ కాలేజ్ నల్గొండకు, తెలుగు సబ్జెక్ట్ కమిటీ బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్కు 2012లో వారు మెంబర్గా ఉన్నారు. బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ స్టడీస్ తెలుగు ఎస్ఆర్ విజయన్ఆర్ గవర్నమెంట్ డిగ్రీ కాలేజ్ ఖమ్మం తెలంగాణ 2015లో వారు మెంబర్గా ఉన్నారు. ఈ విధంగా అనేక ప్రముఖ సంస్థలకు వారు మెంబర్గా ఉన్నారు. మహాకవి శ్రీ సత్య జయంతి ఉత్సవ్ దానికి కూడా వారు మెంబర్గా ఉన్నారు. తర్వాత సబ్జెక్ట్ ఎక్స్పర్ట్గా కూడా ఉన్నారు రాటిఫికేషన్ దానిలో. యూనివర్సిటీ నామినీ, బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ స్టడీస్ చైర్మన్గా వారు ఎంజీయూ యూనివర్సిటీకి ఉన్నారు. అంతేకాకుండా అనేక సంస్థల్లో వారు రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్గా చేశారు. బోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్, సోషల్ వెల్ఫేర్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మొదలైన సంస్థల్లో వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. అనేక వ్యాసాలు 125 నేషనల్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ జర్నల్స్లో వారి వ్యాసాలు వచ్చయ్యాయి. 20 పేపర్లను వారు సబ్మిట్ చేశారు. ఈరోజు ఇంతటి అత్యంత ప్రతిభ కలిగిన వ్యక్తి మన కళాశాలకు వచ్చి కీనోట్ స్పీకర్గా రావడం అదృష్టంగా భావిస్తున్నాను. వారిని ప్రసంగించవలసిందిగా, విద్యార్థులను ఉద్దేశించి ప్రసంగించవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను. సార్ ప్లీజ్ వెల్కమ్.
పొద్దునైతే గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ అనాలి, ఇప్పుడు శుభ సాయంత్రం చెప్పుకోక తప్పదు. మేడం సుజాత గారు చాలా ఆత్మీయంగా నా గురించి అతిశయోక్తి ఏం లేదు కానీ ఎక్కువ పరిచయం చేశారు. అతిశయోక్తి ఏం లేదు కానీ ఎక్కువ పరిచయం చేశారు. నేను ఎక్కువ సమయం కూడా ఏం తీసుకోను. పిల్లల గురించి మాట్లాడడానికి పిల్లలు ఏమి అందుబాటులో లేరు. ఎన్సీసీ క్యాడెట్లో కొంతమంది ఒక 5-6 మంది ఆసక్తి శ్రీదేవి మేడం సహకరిస్తున్న ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ సెల్ బాధ్యులు ఉన్నారు. తప్పనిసరి ఈ సదస్సులో పాల్గొనడానికి వచ్చి ఉన్న రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ ఉన్నారు. అయినప్పటికీ కళాశాల ప్రిన్సిపల్ గారు, ఈ సెషన్కు నన్ను ఆహ్వానించిన సుజాత గారు, మిత్రులారా, మేడమ్స్, ఆఫ్లైన్లోను యూట్యూబ్లో టెలికాస్ట్ అవుతుంది కనుక ఆన్లైన్లోను వింటున్న అందరికీ నమస్కారం తెలియజేస్తూ, నిజమే ఇప్పుడు ఆన్లైన్లో ఆ తల్లి లేకపోతే నేను నాగ్పూర్లో లేను అని ఆఖ్య గారా అమ్మా కాప్లే గారు చెప్పారు. అమ్మా ఇక్కడ కైజర్ మేడం వాళ్ళ అమ్మగారు ఉన్నారు, ఆమె పెంచి పోషించి పెద్ద చేస్తే నాగ్పూర్ దాకా వెళ్ళి ఇవాళ మహిళా సమస్యల మీద లేదా సామాజిక సాధికారత మీద పనిచేస్తున్న కాపులే గారు మాట్లాడగా మనం విన్నాం. అట్లాగే ఇక్కడే శ్రీదేవి గారి మాతృమూర్తి కూర్చొని ఉన్నారు. ఆమె 6 డాక్టరేట్ల తల్లి. అంటే ఒక తల్లి వింటుంది, ఇంకో తల్లి విన్నది. ఈ ఇద్దరు తల్లుల ప్రస్తావన వచ్చిన తర్వాత పొద్దున సదస్సును ప్రారంభిస్తూ వైస్ ప్రిన్సిపల్ గారు శుక్లా గారు చెప్పారు, నేను అమ్మ ప్రేమికుడిని. నా గర్ల్ ఫ్రెండ్ అన్నాడు, కానీ అది కొంత మనల్ని ఇబ్బంది పెట్టే అంశము. నేను అమ్మ ప్రేమికుడిని, అమ్మ నా ప్రేమికురాలు అని చెప్పారు. నిజానికి ఆ మాటతో రాసుకొచ్చిన ప్రసంగం అంతా మారిపోయింది. విషయం ఏమిటి, ఏం చెప్పాలనే దాన్ని ఆయన మలుపు తిప్పాడు. కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో అనుకున్నది ఒకటే అయ్యేది ఒకటి ఉంటుంది. ఏదో నన్ను మా చెల్లె పిలిచింది, శ్రీదేవి గారు మా చెల్లెలు, అదృష్టవశాత్తు నేను ప్రిన్సిపల్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు, నేను ఇప్పుడు అసోసియేట్ ప్రొఫెసర్గా ఉన్నాను, ప్రిన్సిపల్గా లేను. ఉన్నప్పుడు మేడం వారు మా దగ్గర పనిచేశారు. అంటే ప్రిన్సిపల్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు ప్రిన్సిపల్కి ఎన్ని బాధలు ఉంటాయో, డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్కి ఇన్ఛార్జెస్గా ఉంటే, ప్రోగ్రామ్స్కి ఇన్ఛార్జెస్గా ఉంటే, పిల్లల్ని కూర్చోబెట్టడానికి ఏ ఓడుపులు తెలిసి ఉండాలో, అతిథులను రప్పించడానికి ఏ ప్రయాసపడాలో, కార్యక్రమాన్ని విజయవంతం అనిపించుకొని ప్రెస్లో వచ్చేదాకా ఎంత యాగి చేయాలో 30 ఏళ్ళుగా చేస్తున్న నాకు ఇవాళ మా చెల్లెలు చూస్తుంటే మా బావగారు అంటున్నారు, 5-6 రోజులు పెట్టి నిద్ర లేదండి అన్నాడు. దీని తర్వాత కూడా నిద్ర ఉండదు. ఎందుకంటే బాగా జరిగితే నిద్ర ఉండదు, బాగా జరగకపోతే కూడా నిద్ర ఉండదు. ఎందుకంటే బాగా జరిగిందంటే బా ఇంత బాగా చేసిందా అని 5-6 రోజుల దాకా నిద్రపోకుండా అందరు కబుర్లు చెప్తాం. బాగా జరగకపోతే అన్నీ చేసిన పోయి నేను అన్నీ చూసినా ఎందుకో లేదని ఆ బాధతో నిద్రపట్టదు. అందుకని మీకు ఇంకొక 5-6 రోజులు నిద్రలేమి తప్పదు. అందుకని మీకు కూడా స్వాగతం తెలియజేస్తూ, నేను కూడా అమ్మ దగ్గర నుంచే మొదలు పెట్టాలనుకున్నాను. ఇప్పుడే మన ఇన్వైటీస్ గ్రూపులో గత మార్చి 8 నాడు, పోయిన సంవత్సరం మహిళా దినోత్సవం రోజు మన తెలంగాణ పత్రికలో శ్రీరామ్మూర్తి గారు ఇన్ఛార్జ్ ఎడిటర్, ఎవరి మీద ఎందుకు రాస్తారు, మీ అమ్మ మీద రాయండి అని వ్యాసం అన్నాడు. అప్పుడు నేను మా అమ్మ గురించి రాశాను. అమ్మ ఒక కుటుంబ శాస్త్రం, మదర్ ఈజ్ ఏ ఫ్యామిలీ సైన్స్. ఈ సదస్సులో లక్షల మందిని, వేల మందిని ఉరువు తొలగించగలిగిన నేను ఆయనకి ప్రతిరూపం అని చెప్పను, కానీ నాకు ఆయన ప్రతిరూపం. ఆయన ప్రకాశం జిల్లాలో ఉన్నా, నేను నల్గొండ జిల్లాలో ఉన్నా, మోస్ట్ బ్యాక్వర్డ్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్లో ఉన్నప్పటికీ మా సోదరులు కోటేశ్వరరావు గారు ఉన్నారు. కోటేశ్వరరావు గారు ఉంటే 1 కోటి మంది సభలో ఉన్నట్టే. అందుకని సార్కి చప్పట్లు కొట్టండి. నేను కూడా అమ్మ ఒక కుటుంబ శాస్త్రం అని రాశాను. అది మన గ్రూప్లో పోస్ట్ చేశాను. కారణం ఏమిటంటే నాకు ఇచ్చిన చెల్లెలు అడిగారు నన్ను, సార్ మీరు నేను ఎప్పుడు చెల్లి అంటాను, ఆమె మాత్రం ఫోన్లో సారే అంటాను. అంటే నేను ఇంకా ప్రిన్సిపల్ అనుకుంటుంది, నా కింద పని చేస్తున్నాను అనుకుంటుంది. ఒకసారి అన్నయ్య పోతే తప్ప ఎప్పుడు ఫోన్లో మాట్లాడినా సార్ సార్ అంటారు. అమ్మ అంటే దేని మీద మాట్లాడతారంటే, నేను ఊరికనే అలవోకగా, వాస్తవానికి గత ఒక 1 వారం రోజుల క్రితం నేను దేవగిరి, నాసిక్, ఎల్లోరా, ఔరంగాబాద్ ఈ ఫోర్ట్స్ అన్ని ఎక్కి బాడీ అంతా నొప్పులమయమైపోయింది. 57 సంవత్సరాల వయస్సు, చూడటానికి కొద్దిగా 37-40 ఏళ్ళ కనిపించవచ్చు, కానీ మేరా ఉమ్రు 57, 57 సంవత్సరాలు. నేను మొదలు వస్తానన్నాను, తర్వాత రానన్నాను. మా చెల్లెలు బాధపడుతుందని నేను ఈ సదస్సుకు వచ్చాను. చెల్లెలు బాధపడుతుందనే కాకుండా హైదరాబాద్ నగరానికి ఒక చార్మినార్ ఒక మక్కా మసీద్, ఒక లాల్ దర్వాజా, ఒక లక్కడికా పూల్, ఒక నయా పూల్, ఒక మూసీ నది, ఒక ఉస్మానియా హాస్పిటల్, ఒక బిర్లా మందిర్ మేము దూరంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఇవి అలంకారాలు, ఆభరణాలు. తర్వాత ఏం తెలిసిందంటే సిటీ కాలేజ్ కూడా అరుదైన ఆభరణం అని తెలిసింది. సిటీ కాలేజ్ ఏ ఆర్నమెంట్ టు ద అవర్ గ్రేటెస్ట్ సిటీ. అహ్మద్నగర్, బీదర్, ఔరంగాబాద్ ఇట్లాంటి పట్టణాలు చూస్తున్నప్పుడు మన హైదరాబాద్ ఎందుకు గొప్పో తెలుస్తుంటుంది. మన ఇంట్లో మనమే కూర్చుంటే మన ఇల్లు ఎందుకు గొప్పో తెలియదు, కొంచెం బయటకు వేస్తే తెలుస్తుంది. అందుకని హైదరాబాద్ దేనికంటే తక్కువ కాదు, ఇది అంతర్జాతీయ నగరమే. మా చెల్లెలు నిర్వహిస్తున్నది అంతర్జాతీయ సదస్సే. కారణం ఏంటంటే నాగ్పూర్ నుంచి మాట్లాడుతున్నారు, రేపు రోమ్ నుంచి మాట్లాడతారు, ఒకరు రూమ్ నుంచి కూడా మాట్లాడతారు. అందుకని స్థానికంగా రాష్ట్ర వ్యాప్తంగా జాతీయంగా చాలామంది ప్రసంగిస్తున్న సభలో నన్ను మాట్లాడించడం కొంచెం నాకైతే అన్ని ఎబిలిటీస్ లేవు. మేడం చెప్పారు, నేను చాలా మోటివేషన్, అంటే నేను గ్రామీణ ప్రాంత విద్యార్థులకైతే ఏమైనా చెప్పగలను. ఎందుకంటే నేను గొర్రెలు కాపరిని బేసిక్గా. మీరు కొద్దిసేపు వింటానంటే కాలేజీకి గొర్రెలు గాయడానికి చిన్న పోలిక ఉంది. గొర్రెలు పొద్దున వినవు, పిల్లలు మధ్యాహ్నం వినరు. గొర్రెలు పొద్దున వినవు, 12-1 దాకా ఎమ తిప్పలు పెడతాయి. సాయంత్రం ఊరికి పోదాంటే కదలవు. కాలేజీ రివర్స్ ఇది. పిల్లలు పొద్దున వింటారు, సాయంత్రం వినరు. ఇప్పుడు గొర్రెలు వినే టైంలో నన్ను గొర్రెల దగ్గర చూస్తే ఐఎమ్ హ్యాపీ. ఇప్పుడు నన్ను మీరు క్లాస్ చెప్పమని పిల్లలు ఇళ్ళకు పయనమైపోయిన సమయంలో నాతో మాట్లాడిస్తున్నారు. మేడం అన్నారు కనుక పిల్లలకి మధ్య ఒక జాడ్యం ఉంది. ఏంటంటే అటెన్షన్ డెఫిసిట్, పర్సనల్ కాంటెంట్. కోవిడ్ పుణ్యం అంటూ ప్రతి డివైస్లో ఒకరికి ఇష్టమైన ప్రోగ్రాం ఒకటి ఉంది. క్లాస్ వింటూనే నేను కోటేశ్వరరావు గారు, మా శ్రీదేవి గారు, ఇక్కడ ఉన్న మేడం అందరం విరోచితంగా పాఠం చెప్దాం అనుకుంటాం. వాళ్ళు డెస్క్ల కింద ఫోన్లు పెట్టుకుంటారు. వాడు క్లాస్ స్టార్ట్ కాకముందు ఏదో పోస్ట్ చేశాడు, ఆ పోస్ట్కి ఏం ఆన్సర్ వచ్చిందని వాడు ఆతృహ. బోర్డు మీద ఏం జరుగుతుంది, మేడం ఏం చెప్తున్నారు అనేది పిల్లలు ఆలోచించారు. పిల్లలు ఆలోచించినట్టు వాళ్ళ తప్పు కాదు, పర్సనల్ కాంటెంట్ అంతా చొచ్చుకొని వచ్చింది. బహుశా అటెన్షన్ డెఫిసిట్, పర్సనల్ కాంటెంట్ ఇవాళ విద్యాలయాలను వేధిస్తున్న సమయం లోపల టీచింగ్ ఇస్ ఎ టఫ్ జాబ్. కానీ ఇప్పుడు మనమే స్వాతంత్ర పోరాటం చేయట్లేదు, జల ఉద్యమాలు చేయట్లేదు, వనోద్యమాలు చేయట్లేదు. కట్టిపెట్టిన కాలేజీల్లో పాఠాలు చెప్తున్నాం. అందుకని ఎంత నెగిటివ్ అట్మాస్ఫియర్ ఉన్నా కొంచెం శక్తి పుంజుకొని, కొంచెం హోంవర్క్ చేసుకొని, కొంచెం పిల్లల్ని మచ్చిక చేసుకొని ఒక 2-3 సంవత్సరాలు పిల్లల్ని అభ్యసనంలోకి బాగా రప్పించి మనం వదిలేసి రిటైర్ అయితే ఆ తర్వాత పిల్లలు బాగుంటారు, కాలేజీలు బాగుంటాయి, సిటీ కాలేజ్ మరీ బాగుంటుందని అయితే అట్లా భావించి నేను ఈ సదస్సుకు వచ్చాను. ఇక నా టాపిక్ ఏంటంటే, పిల్లలు అర్థమవుతుందా, బోర్ కొడుతుందా? ఓకే. రోల్ ఆఫ్ ఉమెన్ ఇన్ ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ అండ్ ఇంక్లూజివ్ గ్రోత్ ఆఫ్ సొసైటీ. ఇది కాన్ఫరెన్స్ శీర్షిక. నేనేం చెప్పాను చెల్లెకంటే, ఈ దేని మీద మాట్లాడాలి అనుకున్నప్పుడు సబాల్టర్న్ ఉమెన్ అంటే సొసైటీలో ఒక సుపీరియర్ ర్యాంక్ ఉంటుంది మనుషులకి, ఇన్ఫీరియర్ ర్యాంక్ ఉంటుంది. వాళ్ళని ఎలైట్స్ అంటాం, వీళ్ళని స్లేవ్స్ అంటాం. మా అమ్మ 40 సంవత్సరాలు మా ఊరిలో గుండంరాజు వెంకటకృష్ణరావు అనే దొర దగ్గర గడిలో పనిచేసింది. మేము 4 కొడుకులం. నిజానికి అమ్మ పగబట్టి పంతం పట్టి బడికి పంపించకపోతే మేము నలుగురం బతికుండేవాళ్ళం కాదు, అందులో ఉద్యోగస్తులమయ్యేవాళ్ళం కాదు. నాన్నకి చేతికి ఆసరొస్తే చాలు అనే అభిప్రాయం ఉండేది. అమ్మకి చేతికి అక్కరొచ్చుడు కాదు, వెనకడలాగా ఎడి బతకొద్దు, కాలం మారుతుంది, ఇవాళ నువ్వు ఉంటావు పోతావు, రేపు పోరగాళ్ళు ఇబ్బంది పడతారు, నీకేం భూమి లేదు, ఎన్ని కష్టాలైనా కాలువ కింద పోదాం, ధర్మారం పోదాం, రాజమండ్రి పోదాం, కోతలో పోదాం, చెరుకు పోదాం, పిల్లల్ని చదివిద్దామని మా అమ్మ బెల్లి చంద్రమ్మ రోజుకి 7-8 కిలోమీటర్లు కాళ్ళ నరకన ప్రయాణం చేసి కూలి చేసి మమ్మల్ని చదివించింది కనుక ఈ సదస్సుకు అమ్మ గురించిన జ్ఞాపకం అందంగా కాకుండా ఒక ఆశయంగా అమరుతుందని చెప్పి నేను అమ్మను గుర్తు చేస్తున్నాను. నాకు అమ్మని గుర్తు చేసుకునే అవకాశం ఇచ్చినందుకు ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఇక చెల్లెలు అడిగినప్పుడు మేము కొన్ని పాటలు వింటూ పెరిగాం. మీలాగా హృదయం ఎక్కడుంది, అది నీ చుట్టూనే తిరుగుతున్నది, లేకపోతే నేను చూసాకే కనిపెట్టాడు న్యూటన్ గ్రావిటీ, ఈ పాటలు మేము వినలే. మేము విన్న పాటలు యువతరం గళమెత్తితే నవతరం శిరమెత్తితే లోకమే మారిపోదా, ఈ చీకటే మాసిపోదా, ఈ పాటలు విన్నాం. అవి వింటున్న సమయంలో ఎందుకో మా అమ్మ లాంటి అమ్మ కథ ఒకటి రంగుల కళ సినిమా ద్వారా మాకు వినిపించేటప్పుడు మదన సుందారి మదన సుందారి సందేడు కురులాది జమిలి పాపడదో మదన సుందారి మదన సుందారి మదన సుందారి సందేడు కురులాది జమిలి పాపడదో మదన సుందారి. సార్ ముగించమన్నారు అందుకని పల్లవి మాత్రమే పాడి నేను చాళుక్యుల దగ్గరికి పోతా ఉన్నా. జమిలి పాపడ ఎవరికి ఉంటుంది? దువ్వుకునే తీరిక లేని వాళ్లకు, దువ్వెన లేని వాళ్లకు, అద్దం లేని వాళ్లకు, నెత్తి లేని వాళ్ళకు కాదు. నెత్తి ఉండి దువ్వెన లేని, అద్దం లేని, దువ్వుకునే తీరిక లేని నిరంతరం శ్రమించేవాళ్ళు. జస్ట్ ఈ వెంట్రుకలు ఇట్లా కలిసి ఉంటాయి. ఫస్ట్ టైం అవర్ లెజెండరీ బ్యాలడీర్ లేట్ గద్దర్ గూడ అంజన రాయగా అంజన పాట రాసేవాడు, గద్దరన్న పాడేవాడు. గద్దరన్న గొంతులో రంగుల కళ సినిమా ద్వారా మదన సుందరి నీళ్ళల్లో మెరిసేటి నీ రూపు చూసో మదన సుందారి, ముక్కుకు ఉన్న ముత్యాల పోగో మదన సుందారి, మదన సుందారి మదన సుందారి. దొర కన్నేశాడు, చేయబోయాడు. బలాత్కారాలు జరిగి ఉన్నాయి. తెలంగాణలో గడిల్లోకి వెళ్తే ఒక్కొక్క గడిలో ఎందరి స్త్రీల శిలాలు మంట కలిసినాయో మా నాయనమ్మ చెప్పేది. అందుకని కాలం మారుతున్న క్రమంలో ప్రఖ్యాత వాగ్గేయకారుడు బ్యాలడీర్, నా సబ్జెక్ట్ ఏంటంటే తెలుగు బ్యాలడీర్స్ నరేటివ్స్ అండ్ సబాల్టర్న్ ఉమెన్. తెలుగు వాగ్గేయకారులు అట్టడుగు మహిళల జీవిత కథనాలు. పిల్లలు చివరిలో పాటలో అంజన్ ఏం చెప్పాడు? దొరవాని కళ్ళల్ల జిల్లెల్లు మొలువో అన్నాడు. తుపాకీ ఇయ్యలే, తూట ఇయ్యలే. ఎవడైతే కూలీకొచ్చిన పనికొచ్చిన స్త్రీలని అవమానించాలని లేదా బలాత్కారం చేయాలని చరచాలని చూస్తాడో వాడి కళ్ళల్లో జిల్లెలు మొలవాలని అంజన రాస్తే గద్దరన్న పాడాడు. ఆ పాట మా చెల్లెలు అడగగానే గుర్తొచ్చింది. తర్వాత గద్దరన్నే వాళ్ళ అమ్మ మీద రాసుకున్నాడు. అది కూడా బాగా నాగలు దుంతూ మంచం మీద ఉంటూ పొలాన్ని నీళ్ళు పెడుతూ గొర్రెల కాస్తూ తిరుగుతూ నేను పాడుకునేవాడిని. సిరిమల్లె చెట్టు కింద లచ్చుమమ్మో లచ్చుమమ్మ నువ్వు చిన్నబై కూర్చున్నావెందుకమ్మో ఎందుకమ్మా. సిరిమల్లె చెట్టు కింద లచ్చుమమ్మో లచ్చుమమ్మ నువ్వు చిన్నబై కూర్చున్నావెందుకమ్మో ఎందుకమ్మా. దసరా పండుగ వచ్చే దమ్మిడి లేదాయే, చాలా కథ ఉంటుంది. దీపావళి వచ్చే దీపంత లేదాయే, నీ బతుకంత అమావాస లచ్చుమమ్మో లచ్చుమమ్మ నీ బతుకంత సీకటే లచ్చుమమ్మో లచ్చుమమ్మ. సిరిమల్లె అరే సిరిమల్లె సిరిమల్లె చెట్టు కింద లచ్చుమమ్మో లచ్చుమమ్మ. గద్దరన్న వాళ్ళ అమ్మ గురించి రాసుకున్న పాటను వింటే మా అమ్మ గురించి రాశాడు, వేలతాల మా అమ్మల గురించి రాశాడని అనిపించింది. మా అమ్మలందరూ గద్దరన్న అమ్మలాగే సబాల్టర్న్ ఉమెన్. అయితే కులవర్గ సమాజంలో మేము గుణోళ్ళం కావచ్చు, ఒకరు మాలోళ్ళు కావచ్చు, ఒకరు ముత్రాసోళ్ళు కావచ్చు, ఒకరు మాదిరాలు కావచ్చు, ఒకరు కానీ సుపీరియర్ ర్యాంక్ కింద ఉన్న మహిళలందరూ ఇవాళ చాలా ఇబ్బందులు ఇప్పటికీ ఎదుర్కొంటున్నారు. నిజానికి ఆ రోజు వాళ్ళు అడ్రస్ చేయకపోతే తర్వాత ఆ స్త్రీలలో యూనిట్ వచ్చి ఉండేది కాదు. నా పత్రం యొక్క ముఖ్యంగా క్లియర్ థాట్ ఏంటంటే అడ్రస్ మాత్రమే చేశారు. మా అమ్మకి ఇట్లా బతికింది, మదన సుందరి ఇట్లా అన్యాయానికి గురైంది, చెల్లి చంద్రం ఇట్లా అయ్యింది. అందశ్రీని మనం మాట్లాడుకోవాలి. ఆయన తెలుగు కులానికి చెందిన ఎల్లమ్మ గురించి చెప్తుంటాడు. తల మీద సుట్టా బట్ట దాని మీద పండ్ల తట్ట పండ్లు ఎంటూ పల్లెంతు పండ్లు ఎంటూ పండ్లమ్ముకుంటూ బతికే తెలుగొల్ల ఎల్లమ్మ ఏది నా పల్లెల్లోన కండ్లల్లా కానరాదేమి నా పల్లెల్లోన. కమ్మ కత్తి తీసి కుమ్మాలన్నీ ఉంచి జిట్టీత పండ్లు కోసి బుట్టాలల్లో పోసి కట్టామనక తిరిగి కడుపెల్లా తీసుకునే తెలుగొల్ల ఎల్లమ్మ ఏది నా పల్లెల్లోన కండ్లెల్లాగానో రాదేమి. పిల్లలు, అందశ్రీ ఒక తెలుగొల్ల ఎల్లమ్మ మారుమూల పల్లెలో ఉన్న బతికే ఎల్లమ్మ లాంటి అనేక ఎల్లమ్మల జీవితాల్ని తెలుగు సాహిత్యంలోకి పాట ద్వారా తెచ్చాడు. గూడ అంజన్న మదన సుందరి ధైర్య సాహసాల్ని సాహిత్యంలోకి తెచ్చాడు. గద్దరన్ని వాళ్ళమ్మ కథను తెచ్చాడు. ఇట్లా గోరెడెంకన కొంచెం ముందుకెళ్ళి గ్లోరిఫై చేశాడు. ఆయన దగ్గరికి వచ్చేసరికి కొద్దిగా చైతన్యం పెరిగి కంచరేగి తీపివోలే లచ్చుమమ్మో లచ్చుమమ్మ నీ కంఠమెంత మధురమే లచ్చుమమ్మ. ఆ పాట కూడా అంటే లచ్చుమమ్మ మంచం మీద ఉంటే, లచ్చుమమ్మ మేకలు పిలిస్తే, లచ్చుమమ్మ ఏట్లో అడుగు పెడితే నువ్వు ఏటిలోన అడుగు పెడితే లచ్చుమమ్మో తాబేళ్ళు ఇసుకలో గంతులేసును లచ్చుమమ్మ. ఇట్లా ప్రజాగాయకులు నిజానికి పాట రాస్తే 10,000, పాట రాస్తే 1,00,000 వచ్చే సందర్భంలో కూడా మారుమూల జీవితాల్లో ఎంతటి పరిపూర్ణత, ఎంతటి తాదాత్మ్యం, ఎంతటి దేశభక్తి ఉందో, నిజానికి ఎంతటి కర్తవ్య దీక్ష ఉందో చెప్పడానికి గద్దర్, గోడేటి వెంకన్న, గూడ అంజన్న, అందశ్రీ లాంటి కవులు, చాలామంది ప్రజావాగ్గేయకారులు తెలుగు సాహిత్యంలోకి సబాల్టర్న్ మహిళల, లోయర్ ర్యాంకర్ మహిళల జీవితాలు తెచ్చారు. ఇంకా లక్షలాది మంది, కోట్లాది మంది సబాల్టర్న్ మహిళలు. ఇంతమంది మేడం చెప్పారు, ఊళ్ళల్లో బడి లేదు. ఇంకొక మాట మీ అందరి ముందు చెప్పాలి. ఇప్పుడు గమ్మత్తుకుంది విద్యా వ్యవస్థ. ఒకప్పుడు బడి ఉండేది, బడిలో పంతులు ఉండేవాడు, బళ్ళో మేము ఉండేవాళ్ళం కాదు. కోటేశ్వరం ఇప్పుడు మేము మాట్లాడుకుంటాం. మా ఊళ్ళో బడి ఉన్నప్పుడు బడి ఉండేది, పంతులు ఉండేది, బడిలో చదువు ఉండేది, మేము ఉండేవాళ్ళం కాదు. ఇప్పుడు బడిలో మేమున్నాం, బడిలో పంతులు లేడు, బడిలో చదువు లేదు. ఇదంతా కాంట్రాస్ట్, పారాడాక్స్. దీన్ని కూడా సిటీ కాలేజీ లాంటి కాలేజీలు మనమే హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో మనమే సరిచేయాలి. అందుకని చాలా విషయాలు మాట్లాడవచ్చు. తొలిసారి నేను హైదరాబాద్ నగరంలో సిటీ కాలేజీలో ఈ వేదిక నుంచి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను. నిజానికి ఇది లైవ్లో వింటైతే మా అమ్మ రాత్రికి పిడికడమే ఎక్కువ తింటుంది. రేపు ఆదివారం ఇంటికి పోతే తల మీద ఆముదం రాయడానికి మరింత ఆముదాన్ని దాంట్లో గుంటగరుడు ఆకు పెట్టి ఆ ఆముదాన్ని కాచి పెడుతుంది. అమ్మ ప్రేమ ముందు ఆకాశం ప్రేమ కూడా తక్కువే. అందుకని అమ్మను గుర్తు చేసుకునే అవకాశం ఈ సభ నాకు ఇచ్చింది. ఈ కళాశాల ప్రిన్సిపల్ గారు బాలభాస్కర్ సార్ నేను 2022 డిసెంబర్లో నీపా ఢిల్లీ ఆహ్వానిస్తే ఇద్దరం ప్రిన్సిపల్స్గా వెళ్ళాం. అప్పుడు సార్ బాగా పరిచయం అయ్యాడు. ఆయన గోడంతా చెప్పుకోండి నాకు చెప్తున్నాను. అంటే వెనుక ముందు అందరం సీట్లోకి వస్తాం, వెనుక ముందు అందరం హెడ్స్ అవుతాం, వెనుక ముందు అందరం ఆ చైన్లో ఒకరిద్దరు బాధ్యతలు తీసుకుంటాం. కానీ బాధ్యతలు ఉన్నప్పుడు, బాధ్యతలు లేనప్పుడు, బాధ్యతాయుతంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ చాలా అద్భుతంగా ఉంటుంది. మా చెల్లెలకు సహకరిస్తున్న మిగతా అక్కలకు చెల్లెలకు నేను మరొకసారి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ఇవాళ ప్రపంచ కవితా దినోత్సవం కనుక నేను గోపాల్పేట స్టూడెంట్ పొద్దున చదివాడు కవిత. ఆయన చదివిన తర్వాత మరి టీచర్ నేను చదవకపోతే ఎట్లా బాగుండదు కదా. అందుకని ఒక చిన్న కవితే, 5 లైన్ల కవిత, ఆ కవితను చదివి నేను నా ఉపన్యాసం ముగిస్తాను. పాంచజన్యం 5 లైన్లు ఉంటుంది. అంటే 5 లైన్లు కాదు, 5 దృశ్యాలు ఉంటాయి. 5వ దృశ్యంలో మనకు సత్యం తెలిసిపోతుంటుంది. ఆమె పరితపిస్తున్నది. అమ్మా స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు, ఎవరైనా ఉంటే చేతులు ఎత్తండి. అమ్మాయిలు ఓకే. ఆమె పరితపిస్తున్నది పెదాలతో కాదు, ఆత్మలతో పలకరించే గొంతుల కోసం. నచ్చితే చప్పలు కొట్టండి. ఆమె పరితపిస్తున్నది పెదాలతో కాదు, ఆత్మలతో పలకరించే గొంతుల కోసం. ఆమె విలపిస్తున్నది పూలబుట్టగానే తప్ప పుణ్యభూమిగా గుర్తించని కిరాతకుల గురించి. ఆమె నిరీక్షిస్తున్నది శరీరంలోకి కాదు, హృదయంలోకి స్వాగతించే నిర్మల స్నేహం కోసం. ఆమె నిట్టూర్పు విడుస్తున్నది మహిళగానే తప్ప మనిషిగా గుర్తించని అసమ పరిస్థితుల గురించి. వేణువైనంత కాలం పాడుకునే లోకం, విల్లైతే పారిపోతారని ఎదురుకు మరొకరు చెప్పాలా బెల్లి. వేణువైనంత కాలం పాడుకునే లోకం, విల్లైతే పారిపోతారని ఎదురుకు మరొకరు చెప్పాలా బెల్లి. అందరికీ ధన్యవాదాలు. నిజానికి ఈ మాత్రం సమయం కూడా తీసుకోవద్దు అనుకున్నా, కానీ అది తీసుకోకపోతే న్యాయం కాదని, నా శరీరానికి గొంతుకుని న్యాయం చేయాలి కనుక సారు ఇచ్చిన సమయం ఒక 5-6 నిమిషాలు ఎక్కువ తీసుకున్నందుకు క్షమించమని కూడా కోరుతూ అందరికీ నమస్కారం, ధన్యవాదాలు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ యాదయ్య గారు. మీకు అందరికీ తెలిసిందా, గత 10 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ప్రపంచం మొత్తం మీద అట్టడుగున్న వారి యొక్క చరిత్ర అనేది సబల్టన్ స్టడీస్ అని పెద్ద ఒక ఉద్యమంలోకి వచ్చింది. అసలు ఆ కోణంలో మన యాదయ్య గారు కొందరి అట్టడుగున సెక్షన్స్ వారి యొక్క నెరేటివ్స్ చెప్పాడు, చాలా ప్రత్యేకంగా ఉన్నది. సో వీ థ్యాంక్ యూ. వీ ఇన్వైట్ ద నెక్స్ట్ స్పీకర్.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your motivational and inspirational talk, sir. Now we would like to felicitate Dr. Yadaya Garu with a shawl and memento.
Koteshwara sir, please welcome. I request Sunil Kumar garu onto the dais. Good afternoon all. I would like to invite Professor K. Lakshmi on to the dais, and I would like to introduce retired Professor K. Lakshmi garu, Department of Political Science, Osmania University. She has done her MA from Osmania University in the year 1977. And MPhil and PhD are also from Osmania University. She has 35 years of teaching experience and received State Meritorious Award in 2013 from the Department of Higher Education, AP. And she has also received UGC Young Teachers Career Award in 1994 for a period of 3 years. And she was a member of many nominated posts during her career. And in the 100 years history of Osmania University, she was the only women principal, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University. Madam, I invite you for the talk, madam. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. And first of all, I congratulate Sridevi garu and her team organizing international 3-day conference. And good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and dear students. So my topic is gender issues. Gender. Anyone can say backbenchers, boys or girls. What do you mean by gender? What is your understanding about gender? What is gender? Anyone? Gender is a social construct. Sex and gender, there are two terms. Sex is biological, physical, is studies in the natural sciences, whereas gender is a social construct. What is gender refers? Gender refers behavior, roles, activities, attitudes, responsibilities, relationships, awards, rewards and punishments to women and men. Gender is not a static, it changes time to time and society to society. So today, 2020, UNO declared gender equality. 21, gender equality today, sustainable future tomorrow. This year, UNO also declared inspire inclusiveness, invest in women, accelerate progress. On this basis, City College, as you all mentioned, historical 95 years completed City College, Women's Cell Coordinator and her team organized this international conference. So here gender, you know. So various meanings of gender. Who constructed this word? In 14th century, John Scott, in his book Gender, a Classification of Historical Analysis, in that first time he mentioned the word gender. According to the Oxford Dictionary, English grammar, you might have already studied, gender means feminine and masculine gender. John Scott classified human beings as masculine and feminine genders. Today we are talking about gender equality. Before gender equality, through the ages in India, we are facing gender inequalities. So under gender inequalities, how to achieve gender equality, which leads to women empowerment. Historically speaking, in ancient India, in a morning speech, G.B. Reddy already told, Rigvedic period women enjoyed all sorts of rights as per men. Both were equally treated, but post-Vedic period, in ancient India, women treated as slaves. Medieval period, women treated as luxury goods, and in modern age, women is treated as a commercial good. So under these circumstances, what happened? From matriarchal society to society transformed into a patriarchal society. So under these circumstances, slowly, one by one, women's rights, women's participation, everything, women were excluded from the mainstream of the society. So slowly, women were denied education, later property rights, etc., etc. So today, according to the UNO 44 years back, it declared in his report, what is the status of women? Status of women in the world level, below 1% wealth is in the name of women. If you take it as 1%, 99% wealth is in the name of men. Women are working 2/3 working hours. Men are working only 1/4. Even then, woman is enjoying just 1/10 of income only. So slowly, historically, structures and institutions, as institutions and science and technology grow, the women were excluded and marginalized from the mainstream of human life, in all aspects of human life, may it be social, cultural, religious, economic and political. So, if we want to talk about gender equality and women empowerment, we must know what are the inequalities women face, still facing, how to remove inequalities so that we can move towards gender equality. So first is the social through social norms. First of all, what is gender equality? Gender equality refers to access and control over resources. Access and control over the resources. What are the resources? Education, employment, skill, knowledge, technically how no, etc., etc. So all these resources under whose control? Today they are under the control of the men. So, women must gain access to resources. Then, access to opportunities. Access to opportunities. You may be asked me one question here that stating that ఆడవాళ్ళు మగవాళ్ళు ప్రకృతి సిద్ధంగా ఒకటి కాదు కదా. So in this context, Mary Wollstonecraft, she wrote a book, A Vindication of Women's Rights. Under that she mentions that by birth, male baby or a female baby both are equal. But in the process of socialization, women were denied their rights and opportunities. And slowly to subjugate or subordinate women, the men formulated certain values and rules and laws in the name of dharma. Priests and others, they ratified them. Therefore, women always a dependent because she was excluded from economy. Why? Where she is depending in her childhood. You might have read Manusmriti. In her childhood, woman is dependent on her father, young on husband, old age, sons. But my observation is entirely different. See, giving birth to a male baby or a female baby is a woman, and a boy or a girl in their childhood depends on their mother. Even these boys, if they want money from village to city to Hyderabad to come and study or do something, whom they ask money? They ask their money, and through mother they ask father also. So mother gives money and she rears and she treats equally. But what happened in the process, the family structure, when matriarchy became a patriarchy, the family system and property came into existence. So when property came into existence, the division of labor occurred. What was the division of labor? Woman has to do household activities, male outside the household or hunting, fetching money. Here the family structure, who is the head of the family? I am asking a question to a student. What is your mother? Any one of you, you please tell me, what is your mother? What is your mother? No one knows about your mother? From morning till this time, everyone talking about their mothers. What is your mother? Usually my students, postgraduate students and research scholars, they say, my mother is housewife. She won't do anything, ma'am. She won't do anything. Am I correct? Say, mother is not a housewife. She is a homemaker. She is a homemaker. She is a home minister. She is a doctor. She is a cooking, and she is financial manager. Everything, almost all kinds of responsibilities, duties she performs at home. Even then, the family structure. Who is the head of the family? Who is the head of the family? Father is the head of the family. So, patriarch, it is a Greek word. Patriarch means head of the tribe. The family head, he is a father, he is a patriarch. So, patriarchal system existed in family structure. So, under patriarchal philosophy or ideology, the man-woman relations based on power. So, less power to women and more power or power in whoever, old people, children and women, and all of them who enjoys the power, the head of the family, the father, enjoys the power. So there is a power relation, imbalanced power relations between male and female in the family system. Then what happens to the roles? What kind of roles you are performing in the family decides your identity in the society. So according to Mary Wollstonecraft, she says, through the socialization, that means process of socializing or rearing of children at home, depends their role. See, for example, a boy, a girl, if a birthday gift you want to buy, if you go to a shop, if you ask, I want a birthday gift, 1 year baby birthday gift, immediately what he questions you? Shopkeeper, is it boy or a girl? If you say a girl, what types of toys he gives? If a boy, what type of toys he shows? If a boy, car, gun, aeroplane, bike, etc. If a girl, kitchen utensils or toys, etc. This is very common. We think, okay, it's right. But see, this over a period of time, this gives social identity. That is the gender discrimination between man and woman. In simple words, man-made discrimination between man and woman is a gender. It's very simple. Who made our laws? Who wrote our laws? Who wrote our history? So, this over a period in the family, woman works morning to today, this time we have been discussing, mother wakes up at early in the 3 o'clock in the morning, early morning, and water fetching and cooking, making food, everything. And night 11 o'clock, preparing tomorrow's and sleeps. So, her work at home is not recognized in GDP. Today in India, 35 crore women, household work is not counted in money and not included in GDP. That comes 29 trillion Indian rupees. In GDP it is 61%. So her work, her labor is invisible labor. And children, son preference. Why people prefer sons? Why son preference is taking place? Anyone? Because our culture, the family tree goes on. If son is there, family tree goes on, and rituals he performs. So they prefer sons. And rights. Today, under capitalism, women are treated as part of men's property. వాడి భార్యను వాడు కొట్టుకుంటాడు, ఎందుకు నీవేంది మధ్యలో పోవడం అనే దిస్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ సోషల్ వాల్యూస్ కమ్స్. సో ఆ విధంగా మహిళల పైన అట్రాసిటీస్, డొమెస్టిక్ వైలెన్స్ వేరియస్ ఫార్మ్స్, డౌరీ తక్కువైందనో, ఇంకా డబ్బు తీసుకురమ్మనో, లేదా ఈ కూర ఎందుకు వండలేదనో, అవునా, రకరకాలుగా స్త్రీల పైన అబ్యూజివ్ లాంగ్వేజ్ యూజ్ చేయడం కానీ, వాళ్ళని కొట్టడము, హింసించడము. సో మెన్ ఆల్వేస్ డామినెంట్ ఇన్ నేచర్ క్యారెక్టరిస్టిక్స్ ఇచ్చినప్పుడు, ఫీమేల్ సబార్డినేట్, మేల్ సుపీరియర్, ఫీమేల్ ఇన్ఫీరియర్, దేర్ ఫోర్ దే హ్యావ్ టు సబ్జిగేట్ టు మెన్ పవర్ అని చెప్పారు. సో ఈ రకమైనటువంటి ఫ్యామిలీలో షీ యూజెస్ రైట్ ఆన్ హర్ ఓన్ బాడీ ఇట్ సెల్ఫ్. So 1975, UNO declared International Women's Year, 76 to 85 International Women's Decade. So under these circumstances, UNO 1975 International Women's Summit in Mexico were conducted. Same time Indian government also constituted a committee headed by Professor Veena Majumdar, and she collected socio-economic, cultural, religious data about women, and she submitted a report to the parliament in 75. What she mentioned, women are treated in India as second and third grade citizens. So, at least reservation in local bodies for 15 years she proposed and government not implemented. So gender policies in India, already you might be knowing, initially welfare concept, ఇద్దరు లేదా ముగ్గురు పిల్లలు చాలు, చిన్న కుటుంబం చింతలేని కుటుంబం. ఆఫ్టర్ 75 మెక్సికో కాన్ఫరెన్స్, 1980 కోపెన్హాగన్ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ ఉమెన్స్ సమ్మిట్, వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నారు అంటే నాట్ ఓన్లీ వెల్ఫేర్, ఉమెన్ మస్ట్ పార్టిసిపేట్ ఇన్ డెవలప్మెంటల్ యాక్టివిటీస్. ఈరోజు ప్రభుత్వాలు మనకు 2000 రూపాయలు నెలకి ఇచ్చేసి ఇక మీరు బతకండి అని చెప్తుంది. ఉమెన్ మనకు అది కాదు, వీ వాంట్ అవర్ ఎకనామిక్ రైట్, వీ వాంట్ అవర్ రైట్స్. రైట్ ఏంటి అంటే ఎకనామిక్ డెవలప్మెంట్లో వీ మస్ట్ బీ పార్ట్, we must participate economic and we must attain economic freedom and employment. ఈ విధంగా చూసినట్లయితే ఉమెన్స్ స్థితి సోషల్గా ఈ విధంగా ఉన్నప్పుడు కల్చర్, వాట్ ఈస్ కల్చర్? కల్చర్ ఈస్ నథింగ్ బట్ బిలీఫ్స్, వాల్యూస్, morals, attitude, perception towards life. What kind of values we are inculcating in the society? సొసైటీలో ఏం చెప్తున్నారు? ఆడపిల్ల అంటే ఎట్లుండాలి, ఇంట్లో ఏ రకమైన బట్టలు వేసుకోవాలి, ఆమె పెద్దగా నవ్వకూడదు, పెద్దగా ఏడవకూడదు, ఆమె అందరి ముందుకు రావద్దు. ఆమె ఈరోజు ఆడపిల్లల్ని మీరు విలేజెస్లో, డిస్ట్రిక్ట్లో చూడండి, గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్ పంపుతున్నారు. గవర్నమెంట్ స్కూల్స్లో ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఫెసిలిటీస్, అక్కడ టీచర్స్ రిక్రూట్మెంట్ లేదు, అక్కడ టాయిలెట్స్ లేవు. 7th to 10th మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ ఆర్ టీచర్స్. ఏముంది అక్కడ? స్కూల్ డ్రాప్ అవుట్స్ సంఖ్య పెరిగిపోతుంది. 26.6% ఉమెన్ ఆర్ డ్రాప్ అవుట్స్ ఎట్ సెకండరీ లెవెల్. 10th ఇంటర్కి వచ్చేవారికి ఇంకా ఓన్లీ 10% హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్కి వెళ్తున్నారు. టుడే స్కిల్డ్ ఉమెన్ ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారంటే 1%, అండ్ ఈక్వల్ వేజెస్తో ఉండే ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ 7% ఉంది. పోతే అన్ఆర్గనైజ్డ్ సెక్టర్లో పనిచేసే మహిళలు 23% ఉంటే, అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 23, 93% ఉమెన్ వర్క్ అన్ఆర్గనైజ్డ్ లో పెయిడ్ వేజెస్. ఆర్థికంగా చూసినప్పుడు ఈక్వల్ వేజెస్ లేవు, సమాన వేతనాలు లేవు. వేతనాల కోసం పనిచేయాలంటే ప్రపంచంలో, ఈ దేశంలో ఎప్పుడు ఈక్వలైజ్ అవుతుందంటే జెండర్ ఈక్వాలిటీ నెక్స్ట్ 100 ఏళ్ళు పడుతుందన్నారు. అంటే రిలీజియస్గా మహిళా శక్తి అంటున్నారు, మహిళలు ఫస్ట్ అంటారు. ఉద్యమాల్లో మాత్రం మమ్మల్ని ప్లే కార్డు పట్టుకొని ముందు నిలబెడతారు, మా వెనక పురుషులు ఉంటారు. కానీ పవర్ షేరింగ్లో కానీ, మిగతా హక్కుల విషయంలో కానీ మహిళల పరిస్థితి ఏ విధంగా ఉంటుంది, ఎక్కడుంది అనేది మనం ఆలోచించినట్లయితే లాస్ట్లో ఉంటారు. మహిళలకు ఎకనామిక్గా విలేజెస్లో తీసుకున్నటువంటి లేబర్ని కనుక చూసినట్టయితే లేబర్ ఇన్కమ్ 82% మెన్కి వస్తే ఓన్లీ 18% మాత్రమే ఫీమేల్కి ఉంటుంది. అక్కడ డిస్గైజ్డ్ అన్ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ ఉంటుంది. పోతే ఈక్వల్ వేజ్ కాన్సెప్ట్ అనే లేదు. ల్యాండ్ రైట్స్ కూడా ఉమెన్కి లేవు. ఆల్మోస్ట్ 70 to 80% ల్యాండ్ ఈజ్ ఇన్ ది నేమ్ ఆఫ్ మెన్ ఇన్ ఇండియన్ విలేజెస్. సో ఈ విధంగా ఆర్థికంగా లేదు. మతపరంగా తీసుకున్నట్లయితే కొన్ని దేవాలయాల్లో, కొన్ని ప్రదేశాల్లో మహిళల ప్రవేశం నిషేధించబడింది, మహిళలకు ప్రవేశించే హక్కు లేకుండా పోయింది. కొన్ని రైట్స్ వాళ్ళకి లేవు. ఫాదర్ చనిపోయినా, ఎవరైనా చనిపోతే వాళ్ళకి ఆ కర్మ చేసేటువంటి ఇది లేదు, అందుకే సన్ ఉండాలని అన్నారు. ఇవి మహిళలకి రిలీజియస్గా ముస్లిం మహిళలైతే వాళ్ళు తలాక్ తీసుకున్న తర్వాత ఓన్లీ 90 days మాత్రమే మెయింటెనెన్స్ ఇవ్వబడుతుంది, ఆ తర్వాత మెయింటెనెన్స్ ఉండదు. హిందువుల్లో కానీ క్రిస్టియన్స్లో కానీ ఏ రిలీజన్లో కానీ ఉమెన్కి పురుషులతో ఈక్వాలిటీ అనేది లేదు. కల్చరల్గా, రిలీజియస్గా, సోషల్గా, ఎకనామిక్గా, అల్టిమేట్లీ పొలిటికల్గా చూసినట్లయితే పొలిటికల్గా పార్టిసిపేషన్ అనేది అప్ టు 1975 women issues were private issues, men issues were public issues. Only public issues can be discussed in the legislatures. Women issues were treated as a private, therefore they will be solved outside the legislatures. So for the first time 1975 onwards, because UNO declared International Women's Year, and women, educated women, employed women, they came forward and they started researching what is our conditions, what conditions under we are working. So slowగా ఇక్కడ ప్రయత్నించడం అనేది ప్రారంభమైంది. అప్పటి నుండి ఇప్పటి వరకు పొలిటికల్ పార్టీస్ ఏం చెప్తున్నాయి అని చూసినట్లయితే 1996 September 12న ఉమెన్ రిజర్వేషన్ బిల్ అసెంబ్లీ పార్లమెంట్లో రిజర్వేషన్స్ ఇవ్వాలన్నారు. కానీ ఆ బిల్లు 27 సంవత్సరాల తర్వాత మొన్న సెప్టెంబర్ 21 నాడు పార్లమెంట్లో పాస్ అయింది. కానీ దాన్ని ఈ ఎలక్షన్లో అమలు పరచడం లేదు. రాజకీయాల్లో మహిళా లీడర్షిప్ తక్కువగా ఉంది. 5 to 10% మాత్రమే మహిళలు రాజకీయాల్లో ఉన్నారు. ఉమెన్ లీడర్షిప్ లేదు, డెసిషన్ మేకింగ్లో వీళ్ళు లేరు. పార్లమెంటులో ఈరోజు లోక్సభలో 15% ఉంది. పొలిటికల్ పార్టీస్ 8% మాత్రమే టికెట్లు ఇస్తున్నారు. టికెట్లు ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు ఏం చెప్తున్నారంటే గెలుపు గుర్రాలు, ధనబలము, కండబలం ఉన్న వాళ్ళకే టికెట్లు ఇస్తున్నారు. ఈరోజు భారతదేశంలో 12 రాష్ట్రాల్లో మహిళా ఓటర్లు ఎక్కువగా ఉన్నారు. అయినప్పటికీ కూడా మహిళలకి పవర్ షేరింగ్ అనేది లేదు. అందుకే జెండర్ ఈక్వాలిటీలో ఉమెన్ అందరూ కూడా కలవాలి, ఉమెన్ సాలిడారిటీని ప్రకటించాలి. అండ్ క్వశ్చన్ అండ్ ఛాలెంజ్ అండ్ స్ట్రగుల్ అండ్ గెట్ అట్లీస్ట్ ఈక్వాలిటీ. మన 2030 నాటికి కొన్ని సాధించాలనుకుంటున్నారు, ఇంతవరకు సాధించలేదు. 1/3 రిజర్వేషన్ పార్లమెంట్ ఆమోదించినా కూడా ఈ ఎన్నికల్లో అమలు పరచట్లేదు. 543లో 181 ఉమెన్కి ఇవ్వాలి, కానీ ఏ పార్టీ ఇవ్వడం లేదు. కనుక మహిళా ఓటర్ల మీదనే అన్ని పార్టీలు ఆధారపడ్డాయి. వితౌట్ పొలిటికల్ పవర్ ఇక్కడ ఎకనామిక్ అండ్ సోషల్ పవర్ అనేది, పార్టిసిపేషన్ అనేది, కండిషన్స్ అనేది అల్టిమేట్గా పాలిటిక్స్లోకి వస్తాయి. పొలిటికల్ లీడర్షిప్ ఎమర్జ్ కావాలి. ఇక్కడ వనరుల మీద ఆధిపత్యం చెలాయించాలి, కంట్రోల్ చేయాలి, ఆపర్చునిటీస్ ఈక్వల్గా పొందగలగాలి, పెట్రియారికల్ వాల్యూ సిస్టాన్ని క్వశ్చన్ చేయాలి, దాన్ని అంతమొందించాలి. అండ్ ఆల్ లెవెల్లో ఫ్యామిలీ, సొసైటీ, పొలిటికల్ సిస్టమ్స్లో విమెన్ పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయగలగాలి. లీడర్షిప్ స్థాయికి ఎదగగలిగినప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఇది సాధ్యమవుతుంది. అంటే యంగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ అండ్ మన్ని జెండర్ సెన్సిటైజేషన్ త్రూ అవేర్నెస్ ద్వారా ఇక్కడ మహిళల యొక్క కండిషన్స్ మార్చి మహిళలకు పురుషులతో సమానమైన అవకాశాలు వచ్చినప్పుడు మాత్రమే జెండర్ ఈక్వాలిటీ వస్తుంది. జెండర్ ఈక్వాలిటీ అనేది మహిళా సాధికారితకు ఒక దారిని ఏర్పరుస్తుంది. ఈ అవకాశం నాకు ఇచ్చినందుకు థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ లక్ష్మి గారు. చాలా స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ కూడా ప్రొవైడ్ చేశారు. నా మనవి ఏంటంటే ఆమెకు పేపర్ ఇస్తే మా శ్రీదేవి గారు తప్పకుండా పబ్లిష్ చేస్తారు. అంటే అంత స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ నా దగ్గర కూడా లేదు. నేను యూనివర్సిటీలో థియరీ, ఫిలాసఫీ చెప్పాను, కానీ ఆమె ప్రాజెక్టులు చేసింది. తర్వాత ఉమెన్స్ సెంటర్ ఉస్మానియాలో డైరెక్టర్ కూడా ఉండే. నేను అనుకుంటా ఇంకా 1 hour కూడా 2 hours కూడా చెప్పగలుగుతుంది, కానీ మనకు టైం లేదు. ఇంకా 2 స్పీకర్స్ ఉన్నారు. సో ఆమె హైదరాబాద్ తారీఖులో ఉంటుంది. జెంట్స్ కానీ లేడీస్ కానీ గైడెన్స్ కానీ దేనికైనా కూడా ఆమెను కన్సల్ట్ చేయొచ్చు. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ అదర్ స్పీకర్ టు బి ఇంట్రొడ్యూస్డ్.
పెన్ దానిలో ఉంటుంది సార్, పెన్ అంట. అరే అమ్మాయి పెన్ తీసుకుపోయి.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable and informative
talk. And now I would like to felicitate Madam with the memento. Madam, రండి పైకి. ఫెలిసిటేషన్కి రండి ప్లీజ్. పేర్లు పెట్టి ప్రతిసారి పిలువను, ప్లీజ్ కమ్.
సభకు నమస్కారం. Now I would like to invite Subhashri Madam garu on to the dais. ఎవరు చదువుతారట?
అబ్బా సార్. మేడం ప్లీజ్ ప్లీజ్ టేక్ దిస్.
ఇంట్రొడక్షన్ వద్దా?
డాక్టర్ అబ్బాస్,
డాక్టర్ అబ్బాస్ గారు డయాస్ మీదకి రావాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాము.
టు ప్రజెంట్ ఫెమినిస్ట్ పోయం.
టు రీడ్ ఏ పోయం. తొందరగా అవ్వగొట్టాలని మా రిక్వెస్ట్. యా,
అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. ఈరోజు అంతర్జాతీయ కవిత దినోత్సవ సందర్భంగా మేడం గారిని అడిగితే ఒక చిన్న, రేపు నా పేపర్ ఉంది, రేపు నా పేపర్ చదువుతాను, కానీ మీ అందరూ వింటున్నారా? ఒక చిన్న కవిత మీ అందరికీ హిందీ అన్నా, ఉర్దూ అన్నా, తెలుగు అన్నా, ఏది కావాలి మీకు? తెలుగు అంటే ఇప్పుడు జరుగుతున్నటువంటి మహిళా దినోత్సవ సందర్భంగా ఒక రెండు చిన్న మహిళలకు సంబంధించిన రెండు కవితలు వినిపించి ముగిస్తాను. నా కవిత శీర్షిక ఏకకణం. మనం అందరం ఏకకణం నుంచి వచ్చాం కదా. ఏకకణం అంటే సింగిల్ సెల్, ఓకేనా? నువ్వు నేను ఏకకణంలోనే ఎదిగాం. నువ్వు నేను ఏకకణంలోనే ఎదిగాం, పరిణామక్రమంలో పరిమళించాం. నువ్వు నేను ఏకకణంలోనే ఎదిగాం, పరిణామక్రమంలో పరిమళించాం. కులము, మతము, ప్రాంతము, దేశము, హద్దులు, సరిహద్దులు. కులము, మతము, ప్రాంతము, దేశము, హద్దులు, సరిహద్దులు దివాలా కోర్తనానికి దిక్సూచీలు. కులము, మతము, ప్రాంతము, దేశము, హద్దులు, సరిహద్దులు దివాలా కోర్తనానికి దిక్సూచీలు. నిండైన ఆకాశానికి బరువైన భూమికి ఏనాడైనా ఊపించాయా ఆ ఛాయలు? నిండైన ఆకాశానికి బరువైన భూమికి ఏనాడైనా ఊపించాయా ఆ ఛాయలు? మరి మనకెందుకో ఇవన్నీ తెంచై ప్రకృతి ఒడిలోకి ప్రయాణించు అని విద్యార్థులందరికీ ఈ కవిత అంకితం. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఇంకొక చిన్న కవిత, ఈ స్త్రీవాద దినోత్సవ సందర్భంగా ఒక ఇంగ్లీష్ కవిత చదివాను. ఆడపిల్లలందరికీ, ఇక్కడున్న ఉమెన్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ అందరికీ ఈ కవిత అంకితం. వితౌట్ యూ అంటే మీరు లేకుండా ఈ భూప్రపంచం ఎట్లా అవుపడుతుంది నాకు అనేది ఒక చిన్న ఇంగ్లీష్ కవిత రాశాను. వితౌట్ యూ సన్ విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఇట్స్ రేస్. మీరు లేకుండా సూర్యుడు తన కిరణాలను ఉంచుకోలేడు. మీరు లేకుండా సూర్యుడు తన కిరణాలు లేవు. వితౌట్ యూ మూన్ విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఇట్స్ షైన్. చంద్రమామకి ఆ వెన్నెల లేదట. మీరు లేకుండా చందమామకి ఆ వెన్నెల లేదు. మదర్, సిస్టర్, ఫ్రెండ్ అండ్ ప్రొఫెషనల్. ఒక తల్లిగా, ఒక చెల్లెలిగా, ఒక ఫ్రెండ్గా, ఒక కొలీగ్గా, ఒక టీచర్గా ప్రతి చోట మీరున్నారు. మదర్, సిస్టర్, ఫ్రెండ్, ప్రొఫెషనల్, ఎవ్రీవేర్, ప్రతి చోట మీరున్నారు. వితౌట్ యూ సన్ విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఇట్స్ రేస్, మూన్ విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఇట్స్ షైన్. అబోర్డ్ ఆఫ్ లవ్, మీరంతా ఒక ప్రేమకు నిలయాలు. ఆరిజిన్ ఆఫ్ క్రియేషన్, మనం పుట్టుకకి మీరే కారణం. సోర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్ట్ అండ్ కల్చర్, మా అందరికి కవులకి, కళాకారులకి మీరే ఒక ప్రేరణ. వితౌట్ యూ సన్ విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఇట్స్ రేస్, మూన్ విల్ నాట్ హ్యావ్ ఇట్స్ షైన్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ డెడికేటెడ్ టు ఆల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
Small brief introduction of Subhashri Madam. Okay.
I will introduce myself.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone.
I am Dr. Subhashri. You can put the PPT. So I am from an R&D institute called International Advanced Research Center for Powder Metallurgy and New Materials. This is called ARCI. It is located in Balapur, and I head one of the centers there, a center called Center for Soil Gel Coatings. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving an opportunity to speak, but it's very disappointing to see that the audience is very slim. I don't see many students, because the talk is mainly designed for the students to encourage them to take up science. Anyhow, for whoever is present here, next. I'll skip many slides because I'm not feeling much inspired to talk because audience is very less. So our mandate is to develop materials and processes for market and demonstrate these technologies, and then scale up these technologies and commercialize technologies, transfer them to industry. And we have many labs, so I will like to invite all of you, even the faculty members. I think last year we had an orientation program for faculty members, and many of your faculty had come. In fact, Professor Balabhaskar, your principal, he was there also in that orientation program for faculty members. So please go to the next slide. A short video. I think you may be little interested to see the video instead of just PPT. Just play the video. It's a 1.5 minute video. No, go back. Go back. Just play the video. You have to play the video. There will be a button there. Down there will be play finger. Yeah, just play. Sound is not. You have a hand mic? Okay, just leave it. So the topic here is role of women in inspiring and inclusive growth of society. So I will speak with respect to science, because all of you have heard from different angles how to include women. But with respect to science, I'll show you a few slides, and then I'll go to the topic that also I'll skip many of the slides. Go back, go back, go back. Yeah. Here I just showed the Nobel Prize gender gap. Have you heard of Nobel Prize? Back? Nobel Prize? You have heard, isn't it? So if you see, out of 970 people who have received Nobel Prize from the year 1901, that was the year it was started, up to 2023. So there are 905 males who have received the Nobel Prize, but only 65 females have received. And if you can see in the bottom picture, I have shown with respect to the different fields. So if you see in peace, you have 19 females and 92 males who have got the prize. Whereas if you see in physics or chemistry or medicine, if you see 220 males and only 5 females who got the Nobel Prize. So can you see the difference? Are you able to see the difference, the gender gap between the people who have, the females who have received and the males who have received? But good news for all of us that in 2023, we have 4 women who got the Nobel Prize, and out of 4, one is for peace, of course. So from this you can see that women are very good at making peace. They get more Nobel Prizes for peace is going to women. But in 2023, out of the 4 women who got Nobel Prize, 3 have got in fields which are male dominated, like in medicine, in physics, and in economic sciences. So which means that the number of females who are getting Nobel Prize is on the rise, which is a good sign. So please go to the next slide. So I'll not talk much about this slide because we have many good speakers who are, we had our previous speaker, Dr. Lakshmi, who was speaking on how to promote gender equality. But there are practices which have to be followed for including women. See, what is the topic? It is inclusive growth. That means all the women have to be included for the total growth and economic growth of the country. So there are 6 inclusive practices which I have put on the right side. First is engage, equip, empower, embed, evaluate, and then evolve. So first of all, we have to engage the women, isn't it? If you don't involve them, then you can never expect growth. So first of all, you have to engage them and then equip them. If you don't give them the equipment for growth, then also they cannot grow. And then empower them by giving opportunities, embed, and then evaluate, and then because of which you will see the evolvement of women in the economic growth. Next. So how can we contribute? See, we may talk so much, but as an individual or as an institution, because there are many things which depend on the policies, the entire nation or the government has to take steps. But as an individual, can we do little things to include women in the growth? So one is promoting girl-child education, creating awareness on career opportunities available. If you know that there is some organization which is giving some scholarship exclusively for women, or the government policies. As far as R&D is concerned, I can say that Department of Science and Technology is creating many opportunities for funding women scientists. So there is a power grant, and then there are many scholarships which are given to women children so that they don't discontinue their education. And you have to popularize science education so that women will get more awareness, or they get motivated to study science and take up science as career. And we have to encourage girl children to take up science as career, because many speakers before were telling that if girl child has to be given a gift, then they will be given some utensils as gift. That means, does it mean that girls can only cook in the kitchen or do only housework? It's not like that. Even our mothers are scientists, because cooking also is not just simply you can do cooking. You just let anybody to cook in the kitchen. If you add all the ingredients in any order, will you get any edible food? You will not. It is entirely science. Cooking is also a science. So we have to understand that. And we have to encourage women entrepreneurship. So it's not that only male can become entrepreneurs or run companies. You have to encourage women entrepreneurship. So at one point of time we should see something like this. The girl and the boy, of course physiologically there may be differences, but the brain is the same for everyone. So we have to encourage women also to think equal to male. So go to the next. And in this context I would like to mention that there is have you heard of Dr. Reddy's foundation? Dr. Reddy's lab, you must have heard. They have a foundation and they have scholarships for girl children who are from underprivileged background. So that is called as a Sussex Fellowship. And they asked me to mentor. They allocate mentors for each girl child. So these children, they are coming from a poor economic background. So Dr. Reddy's lab is giving them scholarship to make them study in good colleges based on their marks which they have got in their 12th class. And they ask some women professionals to be their mentors. So it was my first experience that I was mentoring a girl child. She is doing her BSc chemistry, a very bright child but from a very poor background. So it was a nice experience to mentor that girl, and then I told her to come and do a project work in my office, and she's a very bright girl. She was working like a PhD student. Summer internship, she came for a summer internship, 45 days, but she did very good work, and we are going to publish those results now. So it is only that people need encouragement, awareness, and you have to empower them. That's all. Then everybody can do, provided they are interested. Definitely only interested people can be motivated, but if you motivate them, then they can also do very well. So that is what I wanted to say. I think the technical part I'm going to skip, maybe just one video I will show. I just wanted to show how, if you look at the nature, see, scientists means don't imagine that they are wearing some lab coat and wearing some goggles. Anybody can be a scientist. As I told, even your mother is a scientist. She thinks so much and plans for the budget of the home. So she can be a financier, she can be a very good scientist. So here I'll just show you how nature, by looking at you can design, you can create so many designs and then make so many products. So if you, I think all of you must have heard of lotus leaf. Lotus leaf, have you heard? So the lotus leaf has a very unique characteristic that it is immersed in muddy water, but it has a very unique property of its surface that if you take out that leaf, you will imagine that if you put your hand in a muddy water and take your hand, your hand will be full of mud, isn't it? But if you take a lotus leaf immersed in the muddy water and take it out, it always remains clean. Its surface always remains clean. And how is that possible? Just that video, can you click? It's a video on the right hand side. You just have to, yeah. So, lotus leaf, you immerse in water and take it out. So clean. This property, in technical terms, is called as superhydrophobicity. And this property was studied by scientists. They were just looking and they saw that how lotus leaf can remain clean all the time. So when they investigated the microstructure, means looking at it under a microscope, they found some unique microstructure on the surface. So if we are able to mimic that microstructure on any surface, for example, any metal surface or any wooden surface or any glass surface, then you can expect to achieve the same property as non-wetting. No? How it remains clean? It does not allow any water drop to stick on it. That is called non-stick property. The same way you can get on any surface if you are able to get the same structure. So that is called as a mimicking nature or biomimicry. Okay, so this property can be used for many applications. One is to get a self-cleaning surface. Suppose you want to put it on a fabric, you don't want to use so much water for cleaning the fabric. So if you put or if you make the fabric with such a surface, then you don't need to, you will expect that dust will not stick on the surface of the fabric and you don't need to clean the fabric very frequently. So this is one application. Another application is, see, microbes. Microbes, when they stick on any surface, then they form biofilm. Bacteria, when they adhere to any surface, they form bacterial biofilms. Madam is a microbiologist, so she can appreciate that. So if you make any surface a non-stick surface, then you can expect that the bacteria and the water will not stick to that surface and it will prevent the biofilm formation. So if we prevent the biofilm formation, then infections also can be prevented. So this is one application of such surfaces. So there are many applications. Please skip. I think I need to have control of my slides, otherwise it's very difficult. Please skip. And this property of this biofilm inhibition is very important in terms of antimicrobial resistance, because antibiotics, you take antibiotics, isn't it? Many of you, when you get disease, you take antibiotics as a prophylactic measure to kill the bacteria or like to prevent bacteria from infecting in your body. But because of development of drug resistant bacteria, there is antimicrobial resistance. That means even if you take antibiotics, that is not going to act on your body because the biofilm does not allow the antibiotics to penetrate through the biofilm and kill the bacteria. So in all these cases, if we are able to make the surfaces, because in an operation theatre the infections are spreading through though it is sterilized, there are a lot of ways in which the infections can spread. So if we are able to create such surfaces, biofilm inhibiting surfaces on surgical instruments, on the walls of the operation theatre, then you can prevent this drug resistant bacterial infections. So that is one of the applications of the nature, like mimicking the nature. I just want to tell that if you mimic the nature, if you look around carefully, then you will be able to find solutions to many problems. So we should encourage all the people, not only girls and boys, to look around the nature and then start thinking how things are happening in the nature. Go to the summary. Yeah, summary. So I just wanted to put 3 quotes, some thought-provoking quotes by famous scientists. So the scientist is not a person who gives the right answers, but he is the one who asks the right questions. So we should never stop questioning. And Albert Einstein, you have got the picture here of Albert Einstein also. So the important thing is not to stop questioning. So girls, there, especially for you, don't question your, don't stop questioning your rights also. One cannot help but, again, Einstein says that when you contemplate the mysteries of eternity of life, of the marvelous structure of reality, it is enough if one tries to comprehend a little bit of mystery every day. Every day if you look around and see how things are happening in the nature, and if you start questioning yourself, you can get ideas, then you can start inventing based on those ideas, and then you can facilitate the humans to live a very comfortable life. And last but not the least, Einstein says, science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind. So I just want to say that even in Bhagavad Gita, I was talking about lotus leaf. If you go to chapter 5 and 10 sloka, you can say that Lord Krishna is talking about the lotus leaf. He says that like how the water drop does not stick on the lotus leaf, similarly, even if the situations are bad for you, if you are spiritually strong, then the situation will not affect you. Like how the water is not sticking on the lotus leaf, you should be strong so that your difficulties will not affect you. And there is one more shloka in the second chapter, 58 shloka, which says about tortoise. Tortoise, it withdraws all its senses. When it sees that it is not available, it withdraws all its senses, and only when it is needed, it will put out all its senses to move. So we should also, only when it is required, we have to use our senses, in the sense our mouth for talking. Right now, I would like to say that this mimicking the nature is not, means nature, Lord has given everything to us. But if we if we look around and we are trying to mimic the nature, Lord is the inventor of all the inventions. We put our name as inventor, but we are in fact mimicking the nature. But it will be useful for our comfortable life if we are able to look around, ask questions within ourselves, how things are. Thank you very much, and I would like to acknowledge all of you for a patient hearing. It's already 5:30, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your valuable message with scientific inventions. Thank you very much, madam. Now I would like to felicitate madam with the memento with our WEC members. I request all the members to on to the dais to felicitate madam. Please come. Good evening all the dignitaries. It's last but not least the one. And the resource person who is waiting is a very patient. Last resource person is a great person, because all the lectures and all the discussions listening, it is a very digesting very hard. And it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Chitra Chandra Shekaran Airavatam Garu, who is as a director, and Dr. Airavatam's clinical laboratory and educational qualifications, PhD Human Genetics, Usmania University, and so many National Tuberculosis Institution, Bangalore, and she has completed molecular techniques, medical microbiology, and it's a very lengthy biography, and I am just cutting short. And current appointment as a director, Airavatam's clinical laboratory, and main important awards and distinctions. Dr. Ramarao Gold Medal for Best Scientific Papers presented in state TB conferences. Pattern of drug resistance observed in patients referred to State TB Center, Hyderabad. Evaluation of microbacterial growth indicator tube for primary isolation of mycobacterial from clinical samples. Spectrum of drug resistance in patients referred during 98 to 2002. A report from Hyderabad. Professor Dr. O.A. Sharma Orientation Award 2016 presented by Indian Chest Society. And a very honor to having you, madam. It's our pleasure to having you, and please take a brief session. Okay. Just brief.
Good afternoon or good evening, can I say. I really appreciate all the students, though I'm not able to see through this. I'll just take 10 minutes. Yeah, PPTs are there. I'll just take 10 minutes, hopefully, cut short through the whole thing, because the whole day we have been hearing about gender equality, feminine power, and other things. What I thought was, why not we acknowledge those women who have dared to defy, break the barriers, and do something different in the society in spite of being relegated to the gender bias, in the pre-independence. I thought I'll just take two examples, and this is a podium, or you can say the platform for us to acknowledge them. I hope you're with me. Is it okay if I say that? Yeah? Just 10 minutes. So, basically a little introduction. India is a country, next one. India is a country with deeply ingrained social biases that we all know. We prevent women from the male-dominated fields. That also was discussed. And one of the most significant barriers for the women is the cultural, traditional beliefs that women has to take a background. And many Indians believe that, and the gender inequality, which I think Jyoti ma'am and all have elaborately told, remains a significant challenge, especially in the workplaces. This belief is so much entrenched and is often reinforced by the government policies that are ostensibly designed to protect women. Now, according to this survey of Indian brand equity, I just took out what would be the percentage of women who are in the workforce, right? We know many of them in the rural areas are do the farm work, go home, cook, and take care of they're basically homemakers. But what exactly is the percentage of women? Because now many women are opting for work from working as well as multitasking, doing work from managing the other issues. So India has 432 million women of working age. 94% of them are engaged in the unorganized sector, and that's a huge number. You can see many women working in small scale industries, self-employment, very few self-employment initiatives, Okay, and overall the labor participation rate is 20.3% in the urban India, accounting for 18.2% overall. It also states that the women current contribution to GDP is around 80%. Now, we talk about the women, this is the background, this is the existing data and all. But apart from this, can we look through and find out from our history? At that time there were no such data or anything, these are all the latest ones. Who are the women? We keep hearing of Rani Jhansi Bai and so many very courageous women. But apart from that, there are some unsung heroes also, whose name is not so popular or mentioned. So I thought, why not we give an ode to them, salute them in this platform. So what distinguishes them from others is in an era that considered females as subordinate. These women defied social norms, fought with valor, and contributed significantly to make a difference. Now, one of them I found is Chityaka Aliyamma. All the Telangana people must be knowing it. I was so happy to come across her. And this was in 1940 Telangana rebellion, a significant point in the Indian history. She refused to pay unjust taxes for the land, inspiring thousands of farmers to revolt, and this led to the Telangana rebellion in 1940. Imagine a frail lady, farmer lady, defying the whole system. It's an amazing thing, because in 1940s we were still in a pre-era where so much of comforts were not available. Then we usually see about spies in movies and all the latest ones which comes, but there are some unsung spies. It's a very unique, wondrous thing. How do these women can do? And I came across Meera Arya, who is popularly known as the first woman spy. She was employed in the Netaji's INA in Rani Jhansi regiment. She is so courageous that when she came to know that her husband was involved in a plot to kill Netaji, she killed her husband, but she did not reveal, and she was captured and taken to the Andaman Islands, tortured, but she still did not reveal where Netaji was hidden. This takes exemplary courage to defy all the norms. And we coming to a little bit in the modern era. I came across social worker K.V. Ravia, and imagine a brave heart who overcame unending personal tragedies to serve others. That's what her introduction reads like. She is paralyzed from the neck below, afflicted with polio at 12, diagnosed with cancer. But in spite of all these shortcomings, and being differently able, she started 6 schools for children with special needs, trained and empowered more than 250 women through small-scale manufacturing units, and in over 3 decades of tireless effort, she has inspired many and raised awareness on social issues like de-addiction, dowry and superstition. So imagine what an able person can achieve if they can empower themselves to think out of the box and think in those terms. Now then came Usha Mehta. Have you heard of secret radios being operated during the independence time, anytime? Well, there was a woman called Usha Mehta. She was a Gandhian freedom fighter, and she is also remembered for organizing the Congress radio. The Canadian radio service had given them a nice radio secretly hidden somewhere, and it used to operate only on a certain wavelength, 42.7 hertz. And she was the first one to give the clarion call for Quit India movement, and that set the trail for millions, and that voice reached so many homes that it started a big movement before and set the trail for independence. And the last, whom I really admired was a veteran in the Indian National Army, Saraswati Rajamani. She was also in the military intelligence and had recently she passed away in 2018. She was 93 years old. I wish we all could have met her. She would have regaled us with lot of stories in those areas, the risks they have taken to infiltrate the enemy lines and find out the secrets and take them out and save the country or help the country to ward off the enemies. Coming to the gender equality. Oh, it's there, yeah. Coming to the present topic. Shiva Shakti are complementary to each other. Like ma'am said, gender indicates equal rights to both of them. And man and woman actually complement each other. This we can see from the Ardhanarishwari. It's just a concept which we are comparing. We say without Shakti, Shiva is impossible. We can also say without Shakti, with Shakti, Shiva becomes I am possible. So with a woman by your side, the men can empower themselves and achieve more if they have their women with them and they complement each other. And the physical power of Shakti. Why we have seen Shakti depicted with all 10 hands, 5 hands holding lot of weapons, and she annihilates the demon whom no other god could really kill, because he had a boon from Lord Shiva. And then she comes in that form of Shakti and annihilates them. So who is the modern day Durga? Now if we take Shakti as the power of a woman, so who we see? Next one. We see the working woman as a modern Durga, and not only the working woman but also the household maid who comes to help her in the morning, wash the vessels and takes leave whenever she wants to. She is also a part of the Durga because she also faces lot of challenges at her home in the small Jhopadpati wherever she is living. See that her husband, most of them either are abusive or alcoholic. That is something genetic makeup of all the men coming down the generations, I suppose. But the best part is these women are seeing to that their children do not go and wash vessels in someone's place. They are being educated. They want this generation to go and take up a job which will empower them to be something else, not go and do this. So boys and girls of this era, you be prepared that the comfort and the luxury which we had now of having a maid coming, doing all the extra work in our home, perhaps in the coming generations you might not have. You might have to do your own work yourself like the Western countries. So most of the mothers or the next generation children should learn to be self-reliant. Both women are invading the men's domain. I say invading because men don't invite women into their domain to do. They are taking the blue collar job, white collar job. They do so much of multitasking that they are a challenge in themselves. So celebrate the women in your family, among surrounding you. And next. So every woman, you should not say this is empowering a woman. A woman is already empowered. Only thing it's in a dormant stage. You have to empower yourself, show it, like express it when the time requires. Not always fighting, it's not that. But make your point when it is required. And just now ma'am said that there is always, we need solutions for men beating women, abusive husband. Why not the women take a stick and beat them back? It will be so good. The new children should be taught, sorry men, please don't mind, all the women should be taught self-defense in the schools itself, because nowadays we do hear so many not very happy news. So all the children should be, both boys and girls should be learned to respect each other. The girls should be taught self-defense, and boys also should be taught to do the homework work, so they can be self-reliant. They need not depend on anyone. And thank you. Recently I saw this picture in the newspaper where 4,000 women wearing saris and riding bikes in Necklace Road. That was amazing empowerment and celebrating of Women's Day. Thank you so much.
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం. చాలా చక్కగా భావయుక్తంగా తెలిపారు. కొన్ని కేస్ స్టడీస్ తీసుకొని విమెన్ ఎలా ఉండాలి అంటే మెన్ కూడా ఉమెన్కు సపోర్ట్గా ఉండాలన్నట్టు ఒక పొజిటివ్గా లెక్చర్ చాలా అద్భుతంగా ఉంది మేడం. వెరీ గ్రేట్ టు హ్యావ్ ఏ గ్రేట్ లెక్చర్ విత్ యూ మేడం. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. ఐ నౌ ఇన్వైట్ మేడం టు టేక్ small felicitation from WEC. Madam. I invite all the WEC members come on to the dais, please. Chittaranjan sir, please come on to the dais. WEC is going to felicitate madam.
అమ్మలు, మీ అమ్మమ్మ కూర్చున్నది వర్రే సుగుణమ్మ, చప్పట్లు కొట్టాలి. ఐదుగురు డాక్టరేట్ల తల్లి, భువనగిరి జిల్లాలో అక్షరాస్యత వర్ధిల్లడానికి, సబాల్టన్ చైతన్య వర్ధిల్లడానికి, అట్టడుగురు వర్గాలు బడిపోవడానికి కారణం వర్రె రాఘవులు గారు, వారి ధర్మపత్ని. ఎవరైనా మీకు ఫైనల్ ఇయర్లో జీవిత చరిత్ర ఉంది, మీకు జీవిత చరిత్ర ఎవరిదైనా రాయాలని ఆసక్తి ఉంటే మీరు వర్రె సుగుణమ్మ గారి ఇంటికి వెళ్తే వర్రె రాఘవులు గారి జీవిత చరిత్ర ఒక 10 రోజుల్లో రోజు 2 సెషన్లో కూర్చొని రాయొచ్చు. రేపటి తరానికి తెలంగాణకు అందవలసిన జీవిత చరిత్ర వర్రె రాఘవులు గారిది. రాఘవులు గారి ధర్మపత్ని సుగుణమ్మ గారు సిటీ కాలేజీ WEC తరపున వాళ్ళ సన్మానం పొందారు. సన్మానం చేసినందుకు మీ అందరికీ మేము కుటుంబం తరపున రుణపడి ఉన్నాం. ఆమె ఆశీస్సులు మనకుంటాయి. అమ్మకు మరొకసారి నమస్కారం. చిత్తరంజనరావు గారు నాకు చిరకాల మిత్రులు. నేను ఇంతకుముందు సంబోధించలేకపోయినా వారు ఉన్నారు దృశ్యంలో. దృశ్యం అంటే ఫోటో. మా చెల్లెలు భయపడుతున్నది సదస్సు చలనంగా జరుగుతుందా సంచలనంగా జరుగుతుందా అని. సంచలనంగానే జరుగుతుంది, ఇబ్బంది ఉండదు, అన్నింటికీ మంచి ఫలితాలు వస్తాయి. మరొకసారి ఆమెకు అభినందన.
Thank you sir, thank you for your valuable words. Thank you madams for felicitating our mother on this auspicious occasion. Thank you all. Now I request Chitra madam, I request our WEC members to felicitate Chitra madam. I would like to felicitate our chairperson of the session, Professor Ishwaraya garu, retired professor from Hyderabad Central University. I request all the members to felicitate sir.
All students in NSS NCC తొందరగా రండి ప్లీజ్ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ ఆల్సో ప్లీజ్ కమ్ ఆన్ టు ద డయాస్ సరే అదే సార్ మీరు కూడా తొందరగా మేకే లైన్ మేకే ఫామ్
వెళ్ళిపోర్రా ఇంకా
Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated. We'll wind up in a couple of minutes. Students, NCC students and NSS students, please be seated. We'll wind up in a couple of minutes. So, after in post-lunch session, we have conducted the technical sessions, and for these technical sessions, Professor Ishwaraya, former head of Department of Political Science, was the chairperson, and we have the delegates as speakers who are given enlightenment speech on different issues. The first speaker, Anita Patwala, she has given speech on gynec problems in young women, and the second half was from Atya Kalpe, and she's the chief scientist at WEC from Nagpur, and she has given, her topic is role of women and achieving sustainable development of goals. And the third speaker is Dr. Belli Yadaya, keynote speaker from GDC Ramannapet. He has given detailed information about the belts of Telangana. And then Professor K. Lakshmi, Department of Political Science, which Madam has given enlightened speech on the issues and broad issues of gender equality and a broad perspective. And the next speaker is Dr. Shubhasri, scientist, head the Center of Social ARCI Hyderabad. So these are the post-lunch session talks. We have, they are very informative. They have given very valuable information to us, and some of the eye-opening, enlightening speeches. So thank you everyone for being patiently. Of course, it is a very tough task to sit steadily after post-lunch. So I thank everyone for sitting patiently and listening the speakers. So the delegates, I thank all the delegates who came here from far away, and I also thank all the lecturers, colleagues who participated in this session, and I also thankful to all WEC members sitting patiently and cooperating to conduct the program smoothly. And I also thankful to the students, NSS and NCC students, for sitting very peacefully, even though it is evening 6 time, but they have here patiently. I thank you everyone, and the technical team, supporting team, everyone. So పేరు నా అందరికీ కృతజ్ఞతలు చెప్తున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఎవ్రీవన్.
सात फाइल मिसिंग है.